All right, hello everyone, and welcome to twitch.tv/HobbyBoxBurns. I am Joe Burns, HobbyBoxBurns, and we are back this weekend here for more Final Fantasy XIV Online Shadowbringers. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. This afternoon, evening, I guess tomorrow morning, maybe, wherever you might be. So yes, we started last time traversing our way through the other half of Araeng. So pretty early on when we got over to Norvrant, we explored one half of Araeng to find Alice. And after we did that, we bolted back to the Crystal Tower and all sorts of other places. The Crystarium, sorry, not the Crystal Tower. That's so much the source's name for it, not what it is at Norvrant. Planet 1, World 1, 1-1. Sorry. So we are now on the other side and trying to find a way to get to I can't remember the name of the area in Araeng, but basically so that we can have Minfilia commune with the actual Minfilia. And see what exactly happens with that. I have a feeling that, I don't know, something's going to happen. I'm not sure I fully understand what the consequences are of what Minfilia is going to have to do. I don't know if I'm supposed to know that yet, but I don't fully understand it, I don't think. Otherwise, first, let's check and see if we sold anything. We might have sold one thing. Probably not for much. Yes, that one mitten crab. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't sell anything there. I'm pretty sure she had 12 items. Oh, yeah. Dustfish. Otherwise, yeah, the stuff that we have on there, I maybe sometime off stream should probably take a look at what I'm selling and maybe reset the prices there. But so before we get too deep into things, I'm guessing we're getting up to our inventory cap. So we'll probably go to Doma, the Doman Enclave, and sell some stuff. Let's check here. Yeah, 134. I mean, we're not in terrible shape. Did I accidentally select that instead of the silver pieces? Or did I have to take food at one point? Baked Mega Piranha. So we can go and we can sell this. I don't know that there's anything else. We probably could offload some of these rings. Because I don't know that we need all of these rings. So anyway, let's not waste time. Let's go to Doma. 500 gil's not that bad. We'll save it for when it's going to be like the max 999 gil. But as you can see, we're halfway through 77. We do also have our role quest. But the role quest is actually over in... oh my gosh, Yulmore. So let's go here, sell our silver pieces. Maybe take a look at what we have. Mend our things first here. Nothing to be mended. Okay. Okay, so we'll get rid of the silver pieces. We better keep some of these. Hey, baby smell. Yeah, it has been. I'm trying to remember when I streamed last. Maybe Tuesday night? No, not Tuesday night. Did I stream Monday night, or has it been last weekend? Anyway, yes, it's been a while. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Yeah, it's probably been a week. It has been a week. This month has been a minefield, I swear. Yeah. The month of March has been madness. And not in the good, fun, watch basketball way. Work has been crazy. I've been busy outside of work. I've been exhausted because of work. But that happens. That just is the way of life from time to time. So, but I'm here tonight, excited to just be relaxing. I'm also, so for my friend's podcast, Outside is Overrated, we're working on playing Bloodborne, and my God, do I suck at that game. I terribly, very terribly suck with that game. I think I could sell this, because I am already at higher stuff, I believe. I will probably not play Bloodborne on this stream, because I really don't like people seeing me completely and entirely enraged, and that game definitely gets me to that point. Maybe at some point I might, but most likely not. I did play a little bit of Demon's Souls when that first came out last November. And I actually enjoyed the stuff. Maybe that's it. Maybe I have to play it on stream, and I'll enjoy it a lot more. But it's just the constant battle with that game. Basically, I will have like an hour of two of like complete and total enjoyment, and then I will have another 30 minutes to 45 minutes to an hour of just sheer and utter frustration. Whether it's a boss or I just run into just a bad couple of runs against some dudes and lose a bunch of blood echoes. And I know it's one of those things where the blood echoes are just going to be pretty consistent, so you just can't get too wrapped up in it. But, I don't know. It just gets so infuriating from time to time. So yeah, probably not. Maybe a little bit. Maybe... So, like, right now, the part that I'm bashing my head... I've played the game for almost 8 hours now, and I'm bashing my head against Father Gascon. And, if I don't know if you're familiar with Bloodborne at all, Baby Smell, if you've played it before. But he's, like, the second boss / first boss, depending upon what way you go through it. But he's, like, the guy you have to beat to, like, get to the opened up part of Yharnam. From Central Yharnam, which is basically the starting area. And it's one of those things. I love it. When the first time I faced him, I actually did better than the other, like, the last 3 times I faced him. Yeah. So yeah, that was my... a good chunk of my day was spent just bashing my head against that game. That's the thing. I want to love it. I get why people like it. When I get into parts of the gameplay loop, I love it. But then I just get to the stuff that just drags me down, and it just infuriates me. Gotcha. So you've played Bloodborne, but only the base game because you played it on the PlayStation Now, and they didn't include the DLC. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's gonna finally... Maybe it's going to finally, like, catch on for me. We'll see. I'm going to give it a little bit more. I want to try to get to the next area so that I feel like I'll have a lot more stuff to be able to discuss on the podcast. But we'll see what happens. Kozakura says, on behalf of the Shazenkai Callista, I thank you for your support. Work on the yard has begun in earnest, as you may have noticed. It will encompass a rather large section of the Enclave, including the area directly behind me. You see, after deliberation, the Shazenkai concluded that we would need to secure much more space for this plan to succeed, far in excess of what we designated for the 10,000 stalls. This might not have been the case had we not decided to carry out 2 proposals that are arguably at cross purposes, but so be it. At the very least, I am told Master Tsurunuki is in high spirits. Perhaps you might consider calling on him and seeing the workers' progress? Can do. So yeah, so off stream, after the last, not the last session, but the 2 sessions before that, I did complete the 10,000 stalls. Okay, Baby Smell, that is 1,000% where I'm at with that game. I get so mad at myself and the game, and it's probably mostly because of me. And so it's really just, what is the fun to frustration quotient? And if it's like 2/3 frustration, 1/3 fun, I don't know that it's a good game for me to play. So yeah, so we completed this. So let's see where the heck this other dude is. There he is. All the way south. It does feel good. It does feel good. But yes, is it ever to the amount that compensates for the hours of frustration leading up to it? I'm not sure yet. And maybe I'll finally get past it. Because I feel like the thing I'm still struggling with is when to dodge and when to use the fire weapon, or the firearm. What the best option is. And the frustrating part of that is that the firearm will sometimes interrupt them, but not always. And I haven't realized what the difference is. Like, if there's a way for me to tell which attacks I can interrupt and which ones I can't, then I'll know when to use it. But if it's only going to work half the time, I don't want to fucking use it because it's just frustrating. Like, I want the systems to, like me to be able to actually figure out when it works. And maybe it's just a timing thing. I'm just too late or I'm too early to interrupt properly. But it's maddening to me.
Ah, there's the warrior. Heard you the good word? The Shazenkai has put their plans in motion. I will have my smithy once more. Never dared I dream that this day would come. Doma burned, Lord Kyan died. All because we were fools, and never again would I be a fool. But then you and the boy Issei and the girl Lise, you spoke sense. Better to risk death as a fool than suffer a life without dreams. Bah! What is this blubbering which consumes me? Enough, let us speak of the work. That is what matters, aye. The carpenters have claimed that site for their own. My blood may run with iron, but even I know Doma wants for lumber. So with wood we begin. Blessed are we to live at the mouth of the one river, in such a humid clime. There are few teachers better than rot and rust. And here will be my smithy, a home for forge and anvil, but not yet, not yet. Much iron lies beneath Doma's soil, waiting to be claimed, waiting to be shaped. All that we need she provides, water, wood, ore. The materials are ours to command, to forge into tools for farmers, cooks for all. Or so it once was. Imperial robbers and sneak thieves stole much of our mineral wealth for the Empire. Pah! To other provinces they would send Doma's riches, and in return we received their refuse. Rusted pots, broken plows. A travesty it was, and still is. Still we rely on inferior tools, forced upon us by conquerors, but no longer. Doma knows what Doma needs, and she will make it with her own 2 hands. To this end I will give everything, I swear. But I should like to see it before I die, and to that end we will need your help.
Construction of the yard is proceeding apace, and Tsurunuki is confident that he will soon have the means to craft a wide variety of tools to fulfill the needs of the people of Doma. As you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? We shall find out. And so with Bloodborne, you had the least trouble with that game. outside of Dark Souls 1. Heard that the DLC for Bloodborne is many times harder than the base game. Yeah, I've heard that that stuff does get difficult. I've also heard the Chalice dungeons are incredibly painful in Bloodborne.
Few glories does a fool at the end of his life have to look forward to, yet here I stand, at the beginning of a grand new endeavor. Tell me you do not enjoy it too.
Alright, well, at least he's psyched. That's good. He was helpful to reclaiming Doma, so it's good that we can help. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Yeah, so outside of Bloodborne, the only other game I've played in the Souls types of games was Demon's Souls. I played a little bit of it on PS Vita way back in the day. I'm pretty sure it was on PS Vita and PS3. If not, I'm thinking of a different game. But then I did play Demon's Souls on PS5 for a little bit. But that game's on timeout now. Probably permanently. I got to a point where all of my main weapon was broken, and I could never get enough souls to repair it. Actually, I don't know if I even had a mechanism to repair it yet, or I found a mechanism to repair it yet. I do kind of like that Bloodborne, you unlock that stuff after you face the Chalice Beast. You're able to unlock it and then use the baby doll to level up, and then to get to the workshop in the Hunter's... I can't remember what it's called. Not the Hunter's Hollow. I know that that's not what it's called. The little building on the hill. Alright, so back off to... Trying to think here. Let's actually go to... Let's go over here and let's do the role quest. And we'll use our Aetheryte ticket for free transport since it's... Whatever that... yeah, it may not be Baby Doll. The woman that you level up with in Bloodborne. Something Doll. I can't remember what her name is. Dead Doll? Blood Doll? I don't know. Now I'm just trying to come up with, like, soulsy words. Okay, down over there. All right. And then while we're traveling here, why don't we settle in a little bit? Whoops. Sorry. Hopefully. Okay, that's all. Still good. All right. Basically just your sex doll waifu. Is that what happens when you level up? That's what you do? Probably for the best that they didn't animate that then. Do it off screen. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Adds to the horror of it all. I don't know how, but... over here. There we go. Lue Reek. Olvara. Oh, hello there. Are you a friend of Reek's? Callista, this is Miss Olvara, the wet nurse who raised me for practically the entirety of my childhood. She was bonded to my family and lived with us in the city at the time, but when I came of age, she was forced to leave. My, you've grown into such a strapping young man. But I can't imagine you came to Gate Town just to pay me a visit, my little Reek. Not in front of her, if you please. But to answer your question, we did in fact come to see you. There were stories you told me as a child of a courageous hunter. Was that hunter perchance the warrior of light, Renda Ray?
Of all the reasons you could have had, those stories were of Renda Ray, the greatest bounty hunter of her day, the legend so many aspired to become. Less so after the flood. It was still fresh in everyone's minds when I was younger, and for all the good they had done in life, none could deny the chaos they sowed in death, as sin-eaters. But despite all of that, me and my mates still looked up to her. We knew all her feats and swore to preserve them, in secret if need be, that she might inspire future generations as she had ours. So years and years later, when you wanted to hear tales of adventure and heroism, I couldn't help but share with you the ones nearest and dearest to my heart. I only wish I hadn't had to change all the names. Then it's true. The hero who I looked up to as a child, whose tales of daring do drove me to take up the bow as you had, to pester you for training that I might become a bounty hunter. It was her. Miss Olvara, Callista and I are hunting Andrea, and we believe that one of the stories you shared with me may help guide our search, namely the one about the great horned beast that killed her friends. Will you tell it to me again? Wicked white, is that? Oh, my little reek, very well.
No, I haven't, been to the northern parts yet of, Kalusia.
Even as a young hunter, Renda Ray's incredible hearing was unparalleled. She could track her quarry through a forest by the most minute sounds of their passing, from malms away even by some accounts. Even the most subtle and stealthy beasts never eluded her for long. A misplaced foot, a snapped branch, eventually Renda Ray would know, and her aim was always good and true. As she grew older and owned her skills further, she set her eyes on bigger prizes. She became a hunter of notorious marks, and together with her comrades, earned fame and fortune. As their reputation swelled, so too did their egos. Only the most dangerous game would suffice. People. And so they resolved to hunt the Scourge of Norvrant, the Devourer of Souls, Balam Keats. But what Renda Ray did not realize was that her greatest strength would prove her undoing. For when she faced Balam Quits, there we go, the beast roared with such force that it brought her to her knees. Helpless, she could only watch as it claimed the lives of her beloved comrades and fled.
That was the vision we saw last time we did a role quest, I believe.
After burying the hunters and vowing that she would one day avenge them, she took the road once more. She met Ardbert and his fellow warriors of light, and for a time she accompanied the fledgling heroes on their adventures. To them she was a breath of fresh air, a vibrant young woman who savored every moment and found joy in the simple pleasures. They knew naught of her fallen friends, or how their deaths weighed heavily upon her still. The party wandered the realm, performing many great deeds and growing ever stronger, as did Renda Ray. While in Kalusia, she even devised a means to defend against the powerful roar that had been her downfall that fateful day. And then, while engaged in an adventure in Raktika, a rumor reached Renda Ray's ears. Balam Quits, Scourge of Norvrant, Devourer of Souls, had been spotted wandering the Sitia swamps. 'Twas a golden opportunity, but to seize it would be to face the beast alone. She could not wait for Ardbert and the others, nor could she ask that they forsake their sworn duty. But perhaps it was just as well, for the memory of her defeat still haunted her. The courageous hunter had allowed a single fear to take root in her heart, the fear of losing her new companions as she had her old. So it was that Renda Ray ventured forth in secret, resolved to slay her hated foe Balam Quitz alone. And with all her strength and guile, the legendary hunter did just that. Vengeance claimed she rejoined Ardbert and the others, and never spoke of the terrible battle twixt her and the dread beast. From that day forward, she was Rendo Ray, the warrior of light, and the deeds of her and her comrades would be celebrated forevermore. Until they weren't. It's strange to think that the woman I admired when I was young would become the sin eater I swore to slay. What she became doesn't change who she was. Even if the tales were a little embellished over the years, they were rooted in truth. She was and will always be a hero to me, and to you, I hope. Thank you, Miss Olvara, for everything. I promise I will visit you again soon. So, Callista, remember that theory I told you before about the virtues being driven by powerful memories? If Andrea is reenacting the journey leading up to her confrontation with Balam Quitz, then the one that took her from Araeng to Kaluja, then her next destination must be the Raktika Greatwood. Right! That was where she laid low the beast at last, in the Sitia swamps, to be precise. And so that is where we shall go. Let us away! Now listen, Reek. There's an awful lot of people. There's an awful lot of people. Nope. There's an awful lot people don't know about Renda Ray, or the world for that matter. So wherever you go and whatever you see, remember not to take it at face value. Don't just accept what others tell you as good and true. Listen to your heart and decide for yourself. And be safe. Yeah, no problem. Callista, was it? It is such a pleasure to meet a friend of Reek's. His parents never hesitated to provide him with all the wealth and opportunities they could, but when it came to love and support, well, all I can say is that it is a miracle that boy turned out as well as he did. One can never have too many friends or too much support. That goes for you as well, I should think. Alright, so to Raktika. Yeah, I think Slither... Trying to think of where the swamps were. We'll go to Slitherbow first if we need to go elsewhere. Yeah, we're not quite to that point yet. We're in Araeng right now. The other side of Araeng than where we start. Here, let me get my light over here a little bit. Sorry. Lighting's gonna be a little rough until we that's pretty bright. There we go. That's better. But then it's... Let's do this. There we go. I think that's better. As long as I don't blind myself. Okay, where... Alright, there's an easier way to do this, so let's do that instead. Okay, so yeah, so south of here. We have all of them here, so we can fly here.
The role quests have been pretty good. I've enjoyed these quite a bit. The sort of bits of story. I think they made a good they had a good decision. They made a good decision by choosing to go through like the story of the Warriors of Light / Darkness from this world.
When I was little, Miss Olvara seemed so much bigger and stronger than me. Though, to be perfectly honest, the way she carries herself even now bespeaks a confidence I cannot help but envy. But never mind that. We have a virtue to hunt. Let us commence our search at once, and keep your weapons at the ready, my friend.
Bump, 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 bump.
There she is. About time our luck took a turn for the better. There she is.
Well, she doesn't seem to be concerned with us. Oh.
What, now? Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
One does not simply control the echo. I wish you were all here with me, but I know it's better that you're not.
We have a score to settle, you bloody bastard, and this time I'm ready for your tricks.
Okay, is this what it's going to do? Nice. Alright, so we have Heavy Shot, Acidic Bite, Radiant Arrow, and Hunter's Prudence. So Healing, Dulling Arrow is going to silence it looks like. There we go. Get it. There we go, perfect. Yes, just like that. Without your roar, you're nothing. Ooh, some interesting AoE attacks now. Oh, shit. That was my bad. The tell was pretty obvious. I just missed it. Does that work if I put it on it, too? Huh. Oh, was I supposed to interrupt it? Oh, nice. Yeah, it is a little weird. Because it's like, what am I... So for, like, the role quests, it doesn't make sense. Oh, that didn't work. Because it's like... I thought the point of the role quests were that you were supposed to learn things about your role. So, like, in this case, well, melee DPS is what I am, but... Okay, sounds good. Nice. Haha. Are we gonna be able to kill it before it goes? Barely. Nice. I suppose it kind of times it out that way. I mean, that's neat.
Heh, tough old bugger. Everyone all right?
Ardbert, I don't know what to say. Thank you, everyone, and I'm sorry for trying to go it alone. Hey, it's a dwarf.
And why, pray tell, did you even try to do something so foolish? If we'd been here from the first, it wouldn't have been anything even approaching a challenge.
Back in the day, I was a bounty hunter. I've told you that much. But I haven't told you about my old partners. Together, we tracked and claimed countless notorious marks throughout Norvrant. We were the best in the business. Everyone knew our names and our reputation. They called us legends, and somewhere along the line we started to believe it too. And then we set our sights on Balam Quits. I survived. They didn't. I swore vengeance, but had no idea how to go about pursuing it. Then I met you lot and thought that maybe with your help I might just have a fighting chance. So you see, I never intended to keep it all secret. It's just, you never asked, and since I'd rather not talk about it. Easier to live in the moment, you know, the next town, the next job. The weeks flew by, and after a time I started having second thoughts. I'd lost those closest to me before. I didn't want to live through that again. Are we, or are we not comrades? Through thick and thin. These bonds of fellowship between us must come before all else. Otherwise, they may as well not exist. You say the thought of losing us pained you? What of our feelings? What of our loss? What if we had not arrived when we did? You've saved our lives more times than I can count. How dare you refuse to let us do the same? And without those keen ears of yours, I'll never know what bollocks Brandon and Nilebert are whispering about behind my back. And ignorance is not bliss, let me tell you. Hey, daylight. This one's worth a fortune, aye? And fame besides. I'll wager we won't have to pay for our drinks when we get back into town. Oh gods, nah, not another night to remember. Don't you worry your pretty head over our fearless leader's questionable constitution. Take pride in the victory, for the small folk will sleep easy once they hear of Balam Quits' demise, until Ardbert's drunken snoring wakes them from their slumber. And on that note, I think it's time we quit this place. And Rendere, I trust that the next time you decide to hunt deadly game, you'll do us the courtesy of extending us an invitation. And there I thought I was doing you a favor by keeping you out of my personal affairs, selfish as it was. Oh, fine. But if you go and die on me, I'll pay a necromancer to raise you from the dead so I can kill you out of spite. So Lammet, the dwarf, is a new guy. I don't remember seeing him in league with them ever before. And who's missing? Because, like, the Black Mage isn't there. The two tanks are. Oh, it's interesting. Agreed. Now then, mind cutting off whatever it is you need to take back as proof of the kill? I don't want to lose our reward on a technicality. It could be, yeah, just a pug. So is that like a wind crystal? Such a fine crystal. Why not hold on to it as a memento of this occasion? Oh, that's what turned her into a warrior of light. That kind of makes sense. Wake up, damn you! Hello! What's wrong with you, huh? That's the second time your so-called gift has cost us a chance at slaying Andrea. You know what? I've had enough. Whoa. Calm down, Louis Reek. Enough, I say, yes. I don't need your help. I'm perfectly capable of hunting the Sin Eater on my own. Jeez, why the about face? It's past time I told you to piss off. Good luck with that. Upon our return to Gate Town, you will be given your final payment, and we will go free. We will be free to go our separate ways. Jeez. He turned on us awful fast. I thought we were friends. So now I have to go back to Kalusia. Jumping around, jumping around. And then we'll get to Araeng and continue things. I guess, but let me explain what I'm seeing. I suppose maybe the wet nurse is going to tell him off. But yes, that is a little odd to have you... Because, like, the point of the job quests have always been learning bits and pieces about... I mean, you're learning story. Story is the main point of it. But you're also learning little bits and pieces of your craft that you can employ on the levels that you're gaining. I don't necessarily know that me being an archer is helping me to learn how to do Dragoon stuff. And I think it was more interesting, like the Elfino one, where it was like getting to see what happened with the Empire there. Or I think that the Kane one, not Kane. Hien. The Hien one was pretty good too. Where you were fighting and failing against what's his nuts. Man, my brain is dying on me right now. What is it? Did something happen between you two? Honestly, I don't know why I ever placed my faith in you. You are such a disappointment. Consider this the formal dissolution of our partnership. Let none ever again speak the names of Reek and Callista in the same breath. Yes, never again. And with that, I bid you good day. I said good day. When he was little, Reek's parents punished him for a time by withholding his allowance. Without money to lavish on his friends, he soon found that many were only drawn to him by his wealth. I dare say he feared you would abandon him as they did and decided to push you away first. I'm not trying to make excuses for what he said. I only hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Take some time to think it over, then come and see me. Oh, and take this for your troubles. Alright, so now I have to remember that the level 78 one is back here. Risotto El Nero. Is it named after, like, Nero Tolskeva? Best friend of the Crystal Tower? Or Omega, I guess, is more so what he's always after. Alright, Araeng. Araeng it is. To Twine. Alright, so we can do this quick. And then we did have like a little side quest that we picked up for a ether current. So we can go take care of that quick. Take out these debitage. Eventually we'll get to 73. Which means then I can do the trust with the level 73 trust. And I have a weapon that's level 73 that I've been meaning to equip for quite some time. Oh, jumped the gun a little bit on that. All right, 1 of 3. Yeah, it's my friend's podcast. I'm on a good amount of the episodes and things. It's called Outside is Overrated. So you can search for that on any podcast services. It's about games or other things. So, like, for instance, this next month is going to be an episode about Quentin Tarantino films, is what they did. But yeah, outsideIsOverrated.com is... He also runs a blog that goes alongside of it. So yeah, it's fun. Way back when I used to do a podcast. I used to create a podcast. Or 2, actually. But then work got super busy, and I kind of burnt myself out on the whole editing everything. And running 2 at one time is a lot. Especially if you don't build up to it. And those are lost to time and space now. So yeah, and then yeah, in May we're doing Bloodborne, and then I think the one we're doing after that is Borderlands. So usually it has like one series or one topic, and then we, if it's movies, it's usually going through like a series of movies. So all of Tarantino's movies, they did Star Wars at one point. If it's video games, it's usually playing a couple of the games in a series. So we did one episode that was about all the Final Fantasies, and then we kind of ranked the Final Fantasies at the end. Otherwise, like with Bloodborne, we're playing Bloodborne, the video game, the Bloodborne card game, and then the Bloodborne board game. And so that's actually what we're doing tomorrow, is playing the card game and board game in person for the podcast. Oh, I had to do that for the... That wasn't for the side quest. That was for the main quest, huh? The side quest is down there. Ah, that's right. Okay, well. Oh, we're gonna waste my maxed out gauge. Oh well. Such is life.
Thancred and Minfilia will return ere long with the remaining supplies we require. Didst thou succeed in procuring stone from the debitage?
Here you go.
Fine specimens, one and all. You have my thanks. We need now but wait for Thancred and Minfilia's return.
So yeah, he's been running it for a while, but we've been doing it monthly for the last 2 years? 3 years, maybe? 2 years, I think.
From end to end, the paths by which ether may flow through the Talos have been duly mended. They but require a sufficient endowment.
That's probably like Induma or something like that. It looks French.
It's not moving. Strange, the core refuseth to stir. I fear the condition of this Talos is more dire than I previously surmised. As a heart driveth blood through a man's veins, so doth the core ether throughout this massive frame. Failing its repair or replacement, the Talos cannot be restored.
So it was the heart after all.
Thou didst foresee this outcome?
Well, no, not exactly. We'd never gotten this far in trying to repair it, so we had no way of knowing the heart was the real problem. We tried to find another way, in case things turned out as they are now, but... Jarek, this isn't really my story to share. Please, Jarek, if something went wrong, maybe we can help. Is there no age limit for jury duty? You know this just... 'cause I think it's just if you're a registered voter, right? And the voting age is 18? Or is it 16? I think it's 18. So yeah, I think it's that. It's either driving age or voting age. One of the two. And then on the upper edge, it all depends on a person, I'd suppose. All right. After all you lot have done for me, I suppose it's the least I can do. All right, Jarek. I don't know what's going on with you.
Though the Talos yet wants for a beating heart, it would appear thine efforts were not for naught.
I hope Jarek doesn't get in trouble for telling us what happened.
What could be so terrible he'd want to keep it from us?
Weapon coffer. Jarek may come to regret his next decision. Right then, the Talos. Their hearts cannot be made of just any stone. You need a special sort with sufficient ethereal conductivity. Both it and the other materials used in the construction of Talos bodies are mined in the same place. That place, of course, being here, the Hills of Amber. And it was 3 years ago when she... No, I can't. I'm sorry, but you'll have to hear it from Thaf or someone else. Wait! Back to the tavern, then. Time to go back to the tavern, then. See how much more in his cups this guy is. Let's pop this up just a little bit. Oh, he's gone. Still here, eh? You can ask again, but the answer's the same. Our trolleys are... What? Gods damn it, Jarek. You could have at least finished so I wouldn't have to clean up your mess. Seeing how you made such quick progress in fixing that Talos and all, he was probably thinking you could help change things around here. And I think he may be right.
Gather your friends and I'll tell you what you want to know.
Your grandmother just received a jury summons and she's going to be 90 this next month. She's still healthy of mind and she's a bit forgetful and she's at fall risk. Never mind that you're afraid she might get the Rona, yeah.
Magnus's wife was a miner, you know. Greatest prospector there ever was.
Well, there's probably... So usually, like, I mean, she'd probably get off of the jury duty. And if she just calls the number and explains the situation, that could be part of it. Especially if, like, transportation's kind of an issue to get there and so on and so forth.
When the golem heart started failing, she was the first to head out in search of more. Problem was, most of the veins ran dry ages ago, and finding fresh ones to tap's only gotten harder. But she wasn't one to be deterred. She just kept digging deeper and deeper. And then the mine collapsed. We labored day and night to clear away the rubble, but it took us 2 months to find her.
Uh-oh.
To find her body. Magnus has never been the same since.
Yeah, I would say you could call, especially if, like, you're a caregiver for her. You could call and explain the situation. You might still have to go in for... Like, she still might need to appear if there actually is jury selection. Well, because half the time also, if you call the number, she won't get called up. Like, she's on call to be on a jury. Especially if they're not, like, doing many trials right now. It probably won't matter. It depends on the state, though. Different states are doing different things. So this is why Magnus has been all drunk and stuff. That explains it.
Where is he, if you don't mind my asking?
Ah, yes, well, if he's not here, there's only one other place he'd be.
At the mine, probably. Oh, at her grave.
What? Oh, you again. How many times must I tell you? The trolley won't run! We'd be better off dismantling the damn thing and selling the parts for scrap. Now, piss off back to wherever you came from. Don't let me catch you around here again.
What were their names?
My son was named Skuli. My wife, Agna. Being here with them, it beats going home. Home stopped being home when I lost them. I thought to try and drown my sorrows, but somehow, the bottle's never deep enough.
Never is, Magnus. Never is.
No bottle is. Believe me, I know.
You've lost someone too?
Not like you. Not my own flesh and blood. I grew up an orphan, so I never really knew what family meant.
Or a bag of chips. Yeah, it's true, too.
Not until I met a man who offered to take me in and make me his pupil. He was a kindly soul, always looking out for me, like a father. Not that I appreciated that at the time, or anything else for that matter. But I finally had a family. And then, and then I robbed a young girl of hers. I did my best to make amends, to offer her comfort. But the more I look back on it, the more I realize just how inadequate my efforts were. I let her down. That is why I refuse to let her legacy die. In the end, all we can do is press on, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. And that requires your Talos. Please, Magnus. You are our only hope of reaching Nabath Araeng.
Nabath Araeng. That was the name. That was the name.
What rubbish.
She's not gone. No matter what you say or believe, she's not. We can still bring her back.
That was a little awkward. Things just got weird in here. You drown your sorrows on Tostitos with a hint of lime and cheese dip. That sounds really good. That sounds insanely good, actually. So what kind of cheese dip? I guess that's the question. So is it like, do you make the cheese dip? Or is it the, like, the stuff that's like the Tostitos jar? Or is it those little tin cans? I think like it's Fritos brand. I mean, all of them are addicting and good. Just by the pre-made ones. Why must he always treat me like this? I wish there was more we could do for you, I truly do. But after Agna's accident, no one is allowed near those mines. Full well do I know the pain of loss and how heavily it can weigh on one's heart. Nevertheless, there is but one way forward. We must needs procure a new heart for the Talos. Thaf, knowest thou any location wherein we might find the stone we require? No matter how scant the possibility, we would seize it. I told you near all of the veins were tapped dry years ago, though I suppose if you really wanted to try, you may find something at Nuvi's leavings. It was opened well before Talos became commonplace, which is why the mining there was never quite as deep. When you get there, look for Guthjon and tell him I sent you. But don't be surprised if he tells you the same thing. Thine assistance is most appreciated. Callista, I think it best Thancred join thee in this search. Though he wouldst be quick to deny it, his heart is in turmoil, and his thoughts clouded. 'Twould be unwise to ignore his distress. You're a mess of a human being. Do I think you can do anything on your own?
If not for those damned Talos, she'd...
He's in a world of hurt. Alright, so now we gotta find Thancred. There he is. Oh, at least he's faced outwards. I was wondering if he was staring at the wall. This is like, that's really sad then if that's the case. Off to somewhere, are you? At last, a lead on the stone we need to power the Talos. I can't very well have you go on your own. Lead the way. So we're pretty far away. Let's look here, because yeah, this is 74. So we're pretty far away from getting to the point where we could use the weapon. Oh, where'd the... There it is. So we'll open this up for Dragoon again here. And we can sort everything. Though it's probably not going to be as cool as the one we had currently. Whoop. That's the button I was looking for. Yeah, it's not as cool as the crystal one. It's not terrible, though. It's not like something that I instantly need to go glamour it out. The crystal one's far cooler, though. You think you're stressed. Stresses me out, too. I have a hard time parting with things, just thinking that, oh, I could use this on a different class. We've got another side quest to do. If I can find it. Oh, he's right there. I'm an idiot. I walked right by him like 3 times. Sveen. Sveen has discovered something unusual in the delivery brought from the mine. Charmless man. Have you seen a charm like this before? I found it among the stones brought from the mine. A lot of the workers wear these for good luck, and I expect whoever lost it is wondering where it went. Well, it's the first time I've seen one made from cat's eye, so the owner shouldn't be hard to track down. I go and look for them myself, but I've got too much to do here, looking at these barrels. Would you be able to go in my place? The graveyard keeper is quite knowledgeable about charms and whatnot, so it might be worth asking him. Okay. So this fella. Graveyard keeper. Graveyard keeper. That sounds like the name of like an anime or a manga. What's that you have there? Cat's eye charm. Oh yes, cat's eye charms like this were once used to ward off misfortune. The tradition began with the Church of the First Light, and the gem represents their patron deity. Even though no one follows that old religion anymore, some of its customs remain, especially among the miners. You don't see many this exquisite, though. I seem to remember the fellow with an eye patch kept a similar charm around his neck. It might even be the exact same one. I never caught his name, but he's not hard to miss. Last I saw of him, he was leaving to mine Nuvi's leavings with some of the others. That was redundant. So is that all in the same location? Kind of. Alright. Hey, Radical Jams. How you doing, Jams? Hope you're having a good Saturday. You want ice cream? I mean, ice cream's always pretty good. Though I've... That's good. That's good. I've never been the type, though... So, like, I had some friends that I used to work with, that, like, he had to have a bowl of ice cream, like, every day. And if he was out of ice cream, he'd get, like, worried. I've never really been the type to, like, need to have ice cream in the house. Every now and again, I'll get, like, a hankering for it, but... Except you want ice cream. You're good except for that. I'd say we're long overdue for a good turn. I can only hope the gods feel the same way. Now, Nuvi's leavings was to the south, was it? Let's get going. I don't think there's any other side quests here. And do we have any ether currents to get to? 558 yalms to the east. Okay, well, maybe we'll track that down as we go this way. I suppose we could mount up here. Ask Thancred if he has ice cream. Thancred needs the ice cream. He's a little depressed too. Everybody's down about something, it seems. Dry spine gigantender. Okay. Let's go this way first. Is there an option to steal his ice cream? Not sure. Oh, hey, this is the thing that we need to kill for our marks, though. Alright. Let's hope we're not too underleveled here and get killed. I should be able to control that either way. Whoop. Over here. Oh, I didn't get out of the way fast enough. Oh, this is bad. We're okay. Just spam heal. We're okay. Got touch and go for a second, but we're okay. Need one more of those evil weapons. He's a rogue, though. It's got to be really hard to steal from rogues. Well, I guess he's in the gunbuster class right now, but our gunbreaker. Oh, move back. Oh, no! Oh, damn it. I played with fire a little bit too hard there. I should set my home somewhere closer. That one's on me. That one's on me. That's right. I mean, the only thing we lose is time and the amount of money it takes to teleport back, and the amount of money it takes to mend my weapons. To the Crystarium first, then. Ah, screw it. It's not that much more. Let's jump all the way back to Twine. Okay. Let's try that again. Less dying this time. Granted, I'm just making things harder on myself by being such an underleveled class, but the only way you level classes by playing as them. So Jams, have you ever played Final Fantasy XIV at all? Alright, so we still gotta kill one more of those dudes. And I also should check and see. Northeast. Okay, yeah, so that's still up that way, I'm guessing. Okay. Try this again. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. And we got our sacks of nuts, so that's good. Okay, so then where we need to go for this side quest is down this way a little bit. Try not to get attacked by things if we don't have to. You've spent so much money on just Uber Eats. Love eating good, but that's what you get for having champagne tastes and beer pockets. Champagne tastes and beer pockets. I like that. What anything really stand out that you ordered that you really liked? So I need to search for the scavengers. Oh, up there. Seasoned scavenger. I'm going to have to fight this guy in front first. Oh, maybe not. Sneak right by him. Oh, this is gonna be real bad. Yeah, I'll talk to you in a minute, seasoned scavenger. I got this other guy that I gotta take care of. Oh, shit. All right. Oof. That was tight spot. Today you ordered from a Japanese noodle bar, had some Thai fried rice with chicken and some vermicelli pasta with chicken and beef. Somewhat spicy. Nice. Yeah. Like a Thai food that is like a potent spice but not overpowering spice is really good. Thai or Indian curry that's like that, or Korean food. Korean food was one of them that my roommates and I were really into for a while, and then the place wasn't available on DoorDash anymore. But that place was really good, though I had to be careful with some of the things I ordered because some of them were just too spicy. I am alive! Can it be true? But it is too early to celebrate. The youngest of our group is still missing. Please, you must find him. I will wait for you outside the ruins in case you need help carrying whatever is left of the poor boy. Jeez. Alright, well, let's track him down and see if we have another 73 alms to the northeast. Oh. So I think it's over this way. I can't remember if we had the ability to travel through here or not. I guess I'll have to look into that. There's the other one. Hopefully we don't pull in any other dudes here. Let's see. All right. Crab Rangoon and spring rolls. Crab Rangoon is good. I used to like them a lot when I was younger. They're a little too rich for me now that I'm a little bit older. But I still have like one or two of them. Usually not much more than that. When I was a kid, I could just house the crap out of them. Phew. Does that count as a near-death experience? I cannot wait to tell my friends. But first, we should make a hasty retreat, yes? Evil weapon. So evil, much weapon. I don't know what I'm talking about. I cannot thank you enough for saving us, but how did you know we were here? Someone told me. Oh, okay. Running away turned out to be the best choice. Not only did he escape, but he sent for help too. If he had tried to rescue us himself, we would probably all be dead by now. Better to run and scavenge another day, yes? I must remember to thank him. Alright. That's one of the side quests down. See if there's anything close. Does not seem like it. Okay, so now up this way. Oh, I can't jump over that. The one-eyed miner. That sounds like the punchline of a joke. Oh, I didn't notice you there. What do you want? This yours? Where did you get this? Gods, how could I have been so careless? This was all my sister left behind before she... Look, I'd rather not talk about it, but I appreciate you bringing this back to me. It means a lot. $324 yalms to the south. Okay. So down in Ladle. Ladle, huh? What is our progress here anyway? Araeng. So there's 3 ether currents left. So probably this one to the south, that one that's over in that middle area. Maybe one more that's further down to the south too, I would guess. And we have one more quest and then the final Araeng quest to get the quest ether currents. Part of me feels like... Let's try fighting a dude. Let's see. Oh, we're still 1,000,000. We won't get 1,000,000. We'd have to fight quite a few dudes to get 1,000,000. We'll wait. We should level up Red Mage to 73 this time, though. This session.
The way you described it, I was expecting the place to be abandoned. Perhaps our fortunes are finally improving. Though we should probably hear what Guthjon has to say before we celebrate. Assuming we can find him, that is. Megalobat.
These are some big-ass gnomes. Final Fantasy didn't get the memo of what gnomes usually look like, apparently. Unless they're like little guys inside the big rocks. That was also weird. When I was a kid, I used to hate sweet and sour sauce, which I think to some is like sacrilege. I don't mind it now. Now I think it's decent.
Is this our man?
Looks like it.
Guthjon.
Or is it Guthjon?
Who are you and what are you doing in here? Well, you should have listened to Thaf. You're wasting your time. But this site is not as developed as the others, is it not? Surely there must be something left. I should explain. The stone you're looking for is ionine. Or is it leonine? All the Talos in the Hills of Amber are powered using them. Or were, at least, anyway. Whatever's left, if anything, is too far below to be safely excavated. In the deepest reaches of the mine, we use Talos to keep the pathways from collapsing. They're still there, but they could give out at any time, which is why much of the mine is closed off. Then our only option is to search the higher levels for any fragments of leonine that may have been overlooked. I suppose there may be one other way. Well, don't leave us in suspense. What you're asking for is a trade secret. I'll need to be duly compensated in exchange. Fine, what do you want? The other day I found a Verbert gold piece down in the mines. A bloody Verbert gold piece! And wouldn't you know it, I dropped the damn thing somewhere while I was working. Find it and I'll tell you what you want to know. You drive a hard bargain, sir, but we'll take it. It seems we have our work cut out for us, Callista. Thankfully, I have an idea for how we might hurry things along.
Does he have a magnet or something?
As I'm sure you've noticed, despite their best efforts to illuminate the corridors, it's rather dark in here, meaning it will be that much harder to find a single coin hiding in the shadows. That's why I propose we use these, sun drops. They help the eye take in more light. Why don't you start your search further in, and I handle this area here. I'll retrace your steps in I'll retrace your steps after in case you happen to miss it. If you feel the drop's effect wearing off, I can give you more, so don't worry. Okay. I have 3 minutes, okay. You search the shadows but find nothing. Perhaps the gold piece lies elsewhere. Alright. Well, we can sprint in here. Try not to get into combat, so we don't waste time with that. No spots that way, so we have to go to this one first, I think.
Magnets, how do they work? You search the shadows but find nothing. Perhaps the gold piece lies elsewhere. That's kind of like one of the streamers I watch fairly regularly is Ness Cardinality. He's a speedrunner specifically of NES games. And he's been recently playing Dragon Warrior 4 and speedrunning that to try to go for the world record. And we were talking one day about metal slimes. How is it that the metal slimes always run away? If they're metal, you'd think they'd be heavy. And so then the only conclusion we could come to is magnets. As you search the shadows, a glint catches your eye. You turn over a rock and find the burnt gold piece. Dun 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 dun. I was hoping he'd drop the gold piece somewhere closer to the entrance. More fool me for thinking Lady Luck was on our side. Don't worry, I got it. Or maybe she is. Yours, at least. In the end, my contribution was little more than poor company. I couldn't have done it without your sundrops. So you say, but you have a proven knack for success regardless of circumstances. I doubt very much I could have discovered it unassisted. I only managed to survive the Curthan wilderness and the imperial capital by virtue of extensive preparation. A habit of mine since childhood, and one of my few positive traits which endeared me to Louisoix, I imagine. It hasn't been easy finding ways to compensate for my condition. Every tool and trinket has proven vital to my continued success, such as it is. Had I chosen to pursue the arcane arts rather than espionage, well, I'd rather not think on it. So long as I have the means to protect those dear to me and to see my duties through, that's all that matters. Now let's hurry and see if that return to Guthjon. The sooner we get back to Urianger and Minfilia, the better. Yeah, nerd stuff in general is what they consider it. A lot about video games, sometimes about books. So one of the episodes they did like a year ago was on, they called it Harry Wizards. So they kind of did a review of I think it was just the first Harry Potter book and then the first Harry Dresden book, and talked about like some of the similarities and how wizards are portrayed between them. And then most recently they did like a Harry Dresden video game and the second Harry Dresden book. So it kind of jumps back and forth between things every month. And then in the middle of the month, we do like a new game each month. And so in March, we played The Medium on Xbox. That was our game. And then the game before that, the first game we did was Spider-Man Miles Morales. So there's 3 of us, and we play it all the way through to the end and then talk about our thoughts on it and give it ratings on various scales. So yeah, it's mostly video games, some movies, some other like nerd culture stuff, basically. And then some of the guys, like one of the guys that writes on the blog every now and again does mostly board game stuff. The other one does some movies and some video games. It's audio only. And yeah, so it's just audio only. We don't play the game on the podcast, mostly just talk about it. So like the New Game Plus is what it's called. OIO New Game Plus is the video game specific one in the middle of the month that's reviewing. We really just talk about the one game through the entire time and try to go through all the aspects of it, what we liked, what we didn't like, and so on. The main podcast has a few different segments on it to kind of break up sort of the overall topic. And the structure of it varies kind of depending upon the topics. So one of them that we did at the beginning of the year was talking about board games that were on Kickstarter last year that should get released this year, which ones we're excited about. Kind of did like a preview of a bunch of different board games that way. So it varies from month to month as to exactly what it is, but it's all just audio. video is a bit more expensive. And so he hasn't quite, and a little bit more time consuming too. So he hasn't quite taken that on yet to attempt. Though for a while when we were recording in person, he did stream it over Facebook Live, and then we took like live questions too. But with just the varying video qualities that people have at home on the pandemic, he hasn't done anything with that since then. But once we can start recording in person again, we'll probably do that again, at least to get some more live viewer questions and feedback. Because that was fun when we were able to do that.
You're back. Wait, does that mean? I'll be damned, you actually found it. Well, a deal's a deal, but don't think this means you'll find what you're after.
Luckily for you, Guthchan is a man of his word. A dirty job.
To be honest, I wasn't sure you could pull it off. But you did, and I'm a man of my word. Come with me.
All the way back outside, huh? Whoops. I didn't need second wind. Bad muscle memory on that one. I've tossed around the idea of trying to do like a video podcast on Twitch. Haven't really come up with what the shtick is that I would want to do with that.
I hope you waited for the sun drops to wear off. They work wonders in the dark, but in the light of day they'll only bring you pain.
Now we'll probably hear his actual voice and see how far off I was.
Every time I step out of those mines, the sky seems to get brighter. I'd never leave them if the air weren't so stale. But you've not come to hear my grievances. You're after Leonine. First, I have to ask, you ever heard of rockworms?
That just for some reason made me think of Airplane. You ever seen a grown man naked? You ever been to a Turkish prison?
Rockworms? I know them by another name, though I'm fairly certain the locals call them knockers.
Oh, I'm a child. I'm a child.
Aye, that they do. Whatever you want to call them, those little bastards may be the answer to your troubles.
We just need a couple of knockers. That's the answer to our troubles.
They could fit through cracks and crevices down where we could never hope to reach.
Airplane is a classic.
And on occasion, they come back with something valuable. They dig up Leonine in the mines? It's a rare occurrence, but yes. That said, it usually amounts to no more than a few flakes. Well, our only other option sounds tantamount to suicide, so how can we draw out these rockworms?
How can we draw out these knockers? Oh, I thought that was the outhouse.
Over by that shack you'll find a bag full of smoke bombs. Set off a few in the mines and you'll flush them out in no time. Once they're out in the open, knock them senseless and check their backs. I should warn you, this method of mining, if you can even call it that, is used as a last resort on account of what little they're like to bring back. You'll want to cover as much ground as you can if you hope to find anything of value. Assuming you do find something, bring it here and I'll have a look.
Everyone says this, but it's true. You wouldn't be able to get away with the kind of humor Airplane had today. I think there's some truth to that, for sure.
We should split up if we're to cover more ground, as he suggests. If you can cover these 3 areas on your map, I'll see to the parts between them.
A dirty job. Pile of supplies. I don't know, like 75% of the humor in Airplane isn't like dirty. There's some of the things that probably would be a little gauche today, I would guess, or by today's standards. I don't know, it's weird. Humor, comedy in general is kind of weird these days. Like, some comedians get a lot more, like can go a lot farther than others. I don't know. It's weird. The times are weird. Well, we got someone else going crazy in here. Yeah, probably not. That's probably something that would get a person in trouble. Okay. So we have to put them in all the spots and then come back through, I guess? Another smoke bomb here. All the way up there, then. Almost made it. We'll just keep running away, though. Hug the walls. Well, and I think part of it also is, I don't know, like I was talking with a friend the other day about how interesting it would be if like George Carlin were in his prime right now. To like what extent, like to what lengths would he go to and not go to? Because he is like one of the smartest comedians of all time, I think, and he definitely had a fairly abrasive style at times, and definitely pushed the edges of what people would maybe call like acceptable, you know? So I would be curious like how he would perform, how his act would maybe change in these times. Oh. The air in the mine grows thick with smoke. Nearby, you hear the soft rumbling of stones. All right, to the rubble. I was gonna say my thoughts. Yep, I was right. Wandering knocker. Inspect the rubble and slay knockers. He was brilliant with his Americans dumb jokes. Don't know if he could get away with those. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to hope that he still could. And that, I don't know, to some extent, like, comedy, I think, always should press some form of boundaries. Because that's, like, the whole point of it, is to push the limits of things and get us to sort of rethink about the world from a different lens. And that's where a lot of comedy comes from, you know? Then again, some people can be much more lazy with comedy and just say, like, the easy joke that's more offensive just to try to offend people and make other people laugh that like seeing other people get offended. Oh, you were being sarcastic? Well, America's so much smarter now. I don't think he could get away with that. But that was the thing I always liked about George Carlin, was his humor was, it was always about, like the English language, and sometimes swear words and stuff like that. I think that stuff would still be fine. I mean, people still swear. Swearing is much more accepted now than it was back then, I would think, in the 80s. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. In 90s, too. He was pretty popular in the 90s. Don't know. I was gonna say, I don't know if we'll make it out of there without having to fight one of these gnomes, but we shall see. Your humor has, like, almost no limits, but even the humor you don't like, you're not going to cancel someone over it? Yeah. I think that's part of it. I mean, there's certain lines that probably shouldn't be crossed, especially in public. I mean, there's a difference between two people or a group of people sitting at home alone, you know, and just sort of riffing off of each other and continuing to press boundaries, right? Like, that's, I think, part of just, like, being around people and in social situations. But, like, that's the type of thing also, is it's like, I wouldn't say half the jokes that I said with my friends growing up, or even with my friends in a small group, like on here. Because part of it's knowing your audience, right? And the more you know people, the more, like, you know what are the things that would be accepted, aren't going to press buttons. Because I think there is something to having a little bit of courtesy in some ways. Now, I think part of, like, some comedian shtick is that they want to push everybody's buttons. Kind of like a equal opportunity, making fun of everybody kind of thing. And I think that's fine, and I think that has a place for it. And I think to some extent people should also, like, be their own, like, advocate. Like, if you don't want to hear certain things, I think there is something to be said for not subjecting yourself to that. But I don't know, like the canceling thing, sure, some people have done some things and they should be held to account for the things that they've done. I agree with that 1000%. But the kind of like online like torch crew that gets going about different things is just so over the top these days. And it just spirals out of control so fast. And sometimes it takes things farther than they probably should go, and there's way more negative repercussions than the person maybe should have. And then the worry is always that as things push farther and farther, like, what's the next thing that's going to come not socially acceptable, right? So right now it might be, like, saying certain things that are, like, overtly racist or overtly, like negative against people. But then at what point does it turn into something different, you know, that is more questionable, or there's much more to the story than what most people realize. And then it's just, well, we're going to listen to the first person that says something as opposed to anything else.
There you are. Find anything promising?
I don't know. You tell us.
Guthjon, between the two of you, I'd say you got quite the haul. Best get comfortable, friends. It's going to take time for me to sift through all this.
What annoys you is that you're allowed to shit on some groups, like, say, white Christians and people and Christians, but you're not allowed to do it on basically everyone else. Yeah, I think that there's some truth to that.
You may not remember this about Arminfilia, but prior to founding the Path of the 12, long before the Scions, she was something of a minor.
Minor? I hardly knew her.
Died, Flamine took her in and taught her the trade. I think they were both seeking to fill the void left by a loved one. Maybe that's why she took to it so readily.
Lord Ump.
Back in those days, I spent most of my time in the Quicksand, or some other tavern, loosening tongues and gathering secrets. Occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of her in the street, on her way home after another hard day's work. I always felt a wave of relief when I saw she'd come back safe, along with a pang of guilt at the fact I wasn't there to support her as I should have been. Simply speaking with her more than once in a blue moon would have been a good start. I could never bring myself to do it. Instead, I threw myself into my work and became every drunkard's best friend.
Not your finest hour, to say the least. I'm not going to be on the nose and be like, she probably thought you were scum.
Far from it. And Flamine has never let me live it down. But that was a lifetime ago. Here and now I have another chance to do things right. And I will not squander it again.
Agreed. That's all we can do, Thancred.
Come and see what I found. You're not going to believe this.
Tell me it's Leonine.
It is at that. You lot were born lucky. It's mostly broken pieces. But look at this.
This is a rather fine specimen.
It's from the group I found.
It's been decades since we found anything approaching this big. But that's not all. There's an engraving on it.
Okay. This is where it'll all tie back in.
Ah, these scratches here. They're a little hard to make out.
It's the guy's wife.
To my beloved Magnus and Schooling.
Yes! Do you see? It was a gift to Magnus from his wife. She found it. She really found it. She must have spent her final hours carving this message into the stone, in the hope that he might see it one day. Those rock-backed bastards must have made off with it before we could clear a path to her.
I don't know why that made me laugh so hard.
It's fate that brought you here to find this stone. No other explanation. It makes me wonder what else might still be buried in these parts.
That's what we do. We bring hope to the masses. Silver pieces.
For Doma! For Doma! I wouldn't believe it had I not seen it for myself. Before you set in the Talos, would you take it to Magnus? For 3 long years he's believed she died for nothing. He must know the truth, that her sacrifice was not in vain. We'll take it straight to him. You have my word. Thank you, Guthjon, for all your help.
Right then, let's not keep everyone waiting. Alright. Teleport time. Yeah. There's definitely a double standard. Sometimes I think the double standard can get overblown a little bit also, but I don't know. It's all tricky. A vain pursuit. Horthor is concerned about one of his fellow miners.
Say, perhaps you could help me out.
Oh. Shoot. I probably shouldn't be taking this with this class. I'll have to abandon it. There we go.
Say, perhaps you could help me. As you've no doubt noticed, most of Twine's miners are Ronso. There's a Misto lad, though. The only one of his kind in the whole town. His name's Kisat, a bit of a loner. Always digging by himself in places where you'll be lucky to find a few lumps of coal, never mind gems and such. I often ask him why he doesn't mine the same spots as the rest of us, but he never gives me a proper answer. I dare say he would be more inclined to speak with an outsider, though. If you could get the truth out of him and see if anything is the matter, it would put my mind at ease.
Alright, well, we'll see what we can find out. And then we'll give the stone back to Magnus. Kisat. A traveler, eh? What do you want with me? Oh. Lucky to find a couple of lumps of coal. Is that what he said? Huh. Shows how much he knows. You, on the other hand, might be a better audience for my master plan. Have you ever heard of an alloy called Nabathium? It's strong, light, and resistant to heat and friction. It was one of the most valuable metals in Araeng, and a lot of their jewelry was made from the stuff. The trouble is, the techniques for mixing the alloy were lost to the flood. I've been looking for a way to make my own, and my search led me to a scroll that explains the methods right down to the last detail. After having a historian decipher it, I learned that I lacked one vital ingredient, rutabite. Rutabite.
and that is what I am digging for.
Huh?
Short of venturing into the empty, my next best option is to look for a vein here in Araeng. Of course, I'd stand a much better chance of finding one if I had help, but I'd rather not have to rely on anyone from around here. Some of the Ronso miners take exception to the fact I'm Misto. They seem to think we're not built for this kind of work. When I find that rudabite, they'll see how wrong they are. Wrong so! Ha! That's what they'll be. You know, this is the first time I've said more than about 2 words to anyone in a while. And I feel better for getting that off my chest. This might be a bit sudden, but I have an idea. How would you like to see the moment I finally unearth that vein of ore? Oof. Please don't let that be a euphemism. Well, what I really mean is that I need someone there to act as a witness. Otherwise, the others might think I bought a lump of it from somewhere, ludicrously expensive as it is, and am pretending to have dug it up myself. Will you do me this favor? Sure. You will? Thank you. Luckily, I found the perfect spot for my next dig. If my miner's hunch is correct, the ore should be waiting just below the surface. It's in Nuvi's leavings, so I'll wait for you there. Of course, it's exactly where we just were. That's typically how this goes. Alright, well, we'll track him down again a bit later. So we'll go back to... he's going to be at the gravesite, it looks like. And then what we will do before we continue this quest line on, we'll take a quick break. Alright, so... we will be right back in 1 moment. Okay, we are back. Reposition the lighting a little bit here, so might be a little bit darker on the face again, but now that there's not as much backlighting, it should be, and as that gets darker outside, it'll transition more. All right. Gods, what do we say? What? Oh, it's you. If you've come to complain about the trolley, you'll find no sympathy from me. I told you before it won't run and you wouldn't listen. Oh, but it will. Now that we have this. Your name is engraved on it, along with your son's. It was a gift from your wife Magnus. From Agna. No. No, she couldn't have. Agna. Take it. Do with it what you will. Are you certain? It would delay our plans, but... I said take it. It was you who found it, and you who needs it. Looking at that stone, all I can see is... Please, just leave me be. I hope you'll be there when the Talos stirs to life. I'm sure she'd want you to see it. Would you do the honors of delivering this to your Yangé?
Sure can.
Sure can. Deep in thought. Taciturn? He's a taciturn miner.
I wonder what kind of mineral that is. Taciturn.
You what? By the gods, I didn't think it possible. You found Leonine? Truly? Then what are we waiting for? Let's get that trolley moving.
Sorry I couldn't be of more help. By the sounds of it, you have a knack for handling strange requests. On the bright side, Urianger taught me a lot about the Talos and their hearts. I think I can help if they need further repairs. That's good. Finally, we can move on to Araeng. Assuming this works, of course.
Thou art returned, and with Leonine, it would seem. As promised, the Talos hath been made ready to receive its heart, thanks in no small part to Jarek, Thaf, and Minfilia. At last we shall return time to the timeless, this sentinel of stone, that we may press on towards Araeng. Very good. Now, let us begin.
Preparations for the enchantment are complete. When the heart hath been suffused with a sufficient quantity of ether, the golem should be restored to life.
This is a thing too, isn't it? I knew something was off. My monitor was higher than usual.
All right then. Whenever you're ready. It's working! It's working! Magnus!
Left me for this? This wretched heap of stone and rubble? This worthless pile of earth? And yet, I can't. I can't.
What troubleth thee, child?
I shouldn't be here. I don't deserve to be. I don't deserve any of the things you've done for me. I'm just a burden, helpless and hopeless. If tomorrow came and I was gone, it would be better for everyone. Thancred most of all. He'll never admit it, but I can see it in his eyes. I wish he'd just say it. Just say that he hates me. That he wishes I was dead so that she could return.
None of this is thy doing, child. 'Twas I who set the oracle on her path unto the first. I who condemned you all to suffer these torments. 'Tis my sin alone, and one that will haunt me unto my dying day. dare not dwell over long on my many regrets. For the world is a tapestry of fates, interwoven and inseparable. And we who strive to better it cannot choose but make difficult decisions. For naught of worth was ever achieved without sacrifice, and thus must man ever struggle to weigh life against loss. The one for whom thou mournest beareth no grudge. Were she here, she would not suffer thee to languish in sorrow. She would tell thee to seek thine own path, thine own purpose. It is a truth which I myself was slow to learn. Yet a truth it remaineth. Thou needst but have faith, and all will be well.
Go to her.
Not today.
So Thancred's still conflicted about it seems. That's why he can't go to her. Meanwhile, in the Crystarium, I was going to say, I figured it would be Emmett Selk. Now what?
To what do I owe the pleasure that is your extended stay?
Oh, to the tediousness of our hero's present endeavors. That and the insufferable abundance of light in Araeng. I should be glad to keep my distance.
I'm rather fond of sleep, you know.
It's a wonderful way to pass the time. Not that my compeers will agree, mind you. Always on the move, the lot of them. Like La Hebrea, constantly jumping from vessel to vessel. Such fire, such determination. So much passion, fleeting and forgotten. Come to think of it, Exarch, I don't believe I've ever seen you retire to your chambers for so much as 40 winks. However do you keep your eyes from closing? The cold shoulder. You wound me, sir.
Such a dick.
Always so guarded in our every interaction. Interactions you curiously refrain from sharing with the Scions and their champion.
And risk souring your budding relationship? I think not. Much as I dislike you, there are more useful targets for her energies. And I am not in the habit of pointing her at my enemies like a weapon.
Oh.
Is that right? Fond of her, are you?
That's what other people usually do to me.
You continue to fascinate me, Exarch. But tell me, who are you? The once great nation whose ingenuity gave birth to this tower was shaped by my hand. As such, I know full well the wonders it can facilitate and those it cannot. There is nothing in these walls which could have aided you in summoning our dear friend across time and space. Much less in possession of her mortal flesh, not even I could have performed such a feat.
I see. You had a hand in Alag as well.
So I was going to say, I've always thought that this was Grahatia.
You would know what I am? I am the adjudicator of the sacred history with which you dared trifle. I am keeper of this tower's boundless wisdom.
Yeah.
The wisdom of ages without age, of everywhere and nowhere. The great work of those who tamed the wings of time and grasped the nature of the rift. 'Tis a boon born of sacrifices yet unmade. The parting gift of brave heroes who will one day give their lives for a brighter future. I will not see their hopes and dreams squandered. The history which led us here will be unwritten. I promise you that.
Well, it seems we're pretty eager to fulfill our duties then.
I don't know why,
We are in agreement.
I don't know why that struck me as funny as it did, but it did. Yeah, so, like, so the reason why he was able to teleport us probably is because he had that connection with us before and had worked with us before, is what I'm guessing. So yeah, I mean that's why I've kind of figured all along that he was Grahatia. I mean, he looks like him kind of too. I don't know what that means, but I'm fine, really. It's just been a long day. Mine apologies for the delay. Minfilia and I had a private matter to discuss, which bringeth me to the question, how didst thou find Thancred during your search? He spoke of Minfilia, of his own accord? I see. 'Tis well that he did, and with such candor. He has a mouth, arms, and legs. It's Grahatia. I attempted to broach the subject before. Mine intention was to ensure no words remained unspoken between them, lest tragedy intercede. A regret I myself know all too well. Alas, in the end he refused to heed my counsel. A time will come when they must face the reality of their circumstances. But I have faith that all will be well in time. Now let us not tarry any longer. The Talos and Nabath Araeng await. Well, so there was the one dialogue choice that I think I chose, kind of when we first met him. And because, like, the Crystal Tower, that was the whole thing. Like, the whole, like, wrapping up of that storyline was that he was left inside because he was, like, the last in the long line of the long line of Alag. And so then he was entrusted to watch over the tower and to learn more about it. Magnus. Full steam ahead. Oh, we got the two Minfilias here.
It's been years since I've seen a Talos in such fine shape. Would that Agna was here to see it. Or our son. I was ready to let her dreams die down there in the mines. Even after you'd found the Leonine, I refused to believe it could work. Gods, what a fool I was. But I tell you now, I'm going to take good care of this Talos, for both their sakes. On behalf of my family and all the miners of Twine, thank you. Well, enough chitter-chatter. Let's get you lot to the Araeng, eh?
Everything seems to be in order. I take it the Talos' presence resolves the issue of the gate?
Oh, that, yes. It's designed to open at the Talos' approach.
Then we can finally go to Araeng.
You certainly can. All that remains is a final check of the control box over at the mines. You hear that, boys? Get that Talos over to the mines and keep a close eye on it around the curves, understood? Yes, sir. Let us repair to the mines, then.
Before we go, while you were away with Callista, I prepared an extra set of cartridges for you. And this one. It's the practice cartridge you gave me. I know I should have thrown it away ages ago, but I've been adding a little extra to it every day. After so many charges, I'm honestly not sure what it will do, but I wanted you to have it, for luck.
Philia,
We should hurry. Magnus and the others are probably wondering where we are. That was like a weird little expression she made. I thought that was funny. She was like, lion face, lemon face, lion face, lemon face, Okay, so this is going to take us down this way, I'm guessing. So let's try to wrap up the last couple of things we need to do back here before we head down this direction, especially since it doesn't look like there's an aetheryte or anything, so it's not going to be easy traveling. So let's take care of a couple things. First, if we head east... Alright, let's head east and see if we can find that aetheryte. Or not aetheryte, ether current. Where do I stand politically? Yeah, so basically, I am... The best way for me to explain it is that I am a very strict centrist. So most people, the hatred of everybody, I think that most things get actually decided. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I want to go down. I think a lot of things come from compromise, and there's not nearly enough compromise anymore. I think that usually, especially nowadays, there's ideas on like the edges of thought. And probably somewhere in the middle we could actually get some things figured out and decided. The problem is we don't really do that work to come to that conclusion anymore. So, like, fiscally, financially, I'm probably lean a little bit more conservative. But then when it comes to, like, social types of issues, I am much more libertarian in that people should be allowed, as long as it doesn't affect anybody else, they should be allowed to do whatever it is that they're going to do. Alright, so we got that one taken care of. Let's teleport back to Twine. So that's where I stand. I think too often, like the big topic, big button issues that get discussed, people set themselves so far out on edges or come up with ideas that are so far extreme that they'll never actually be possible. And then they anchor themselves to those spots for the sole purpose of exclaiming that they're right as opposed to actually solving problems. Whereas I think a lot of the times if they would sit down and talk it through, they could find something that would work for the majority of people, the vast majority of people, if they actually determined what that was in the middle. There used to be a time where politics worked that way, where deals were struck and they met somewhere in the middle on making decisions and passing legislation. Nowadays, that doesn't happen. It's my way or the highway. I need to change the rules so that I can get past what it is that I want passed. And both sides do it. So I don't really necessarily see myself. I've been a member of like all the political parties at some point. I've been a registered Republican, Democrat, Independence Party in Minnesota. I was a registered member of that. I've been like a delegate because when I was younger, I used to get involved to some extent in the political process. But I just don't feel like they represent a lot of what I believe anymore because they get lost in the minutia of arguing against others for the sake of arguing against others or to try to push an extreme agenda one side or the other. And I am going the complete wrong way. So yeah, so that's kind of where I align anyway. See, I saw this. I should have went up this way. I started going up this way, then I turned around. And yeah, thanks for the kind words. You used to be libertarian on social issues, and you looked at how sad and degenerate society has become and became further right-wing. No, I can understand that. And I think it is an interesting thing. The older I've gotten, the farther away from religion I've become. But I think I am still relatively spiritual. If the distinction makes sense. I do think that, like, religion can pass on pretty good morals. I think the problem with the structure of religion is that it deviates from that to the point of frustration. And they get too lost in the structure and forget kind of the whole purpose of everything. Crunch. All right. Easy enough. Interesting. It's funny how people kind of drift different directions. Phew, I'm glad that's over. How am I supposed to concentrate on my work with all those creatures disturbing me? You certainly know how to handle yourself, though. That fiend never stood a chance. But I dread to think what would have happened if you hadn't showed up. Hopefully nothing else will try to get between me and my dream. Many thanks, my friend. I do like to do, like, the image quests here. I just don't know if I want to take the time right now to go through it. At one point you identified as a communist, but you think it was mostly because you wanted to be edgy? That's funny. Yeah, I think I've always kind of agreed. I've always kind of been like, maybe when I was in high school, I was a lot more like socially conservative. But I think a lot of that came from the fact of growing up in a small town, not a very not diverse town. And when I went to college and got to meet all sorts of different types of people, I think it opened my eyes up to the differences in different types of people. And so kind of from that moment on, I've been a lot more open-minded on a lot of things. I still personally have a lot of pretty strong beliefs that align a lot more with a very strictly conservative kind of mindset. But I don't necessarily think that because I believe that, everybody else should follow the same thing. Or believe the same thing. Because, everybody's different. That's different strokes for different folks, right? Let's do this. It's time to continue digging for rutabaga. In case you were wondering, rhubarb is another name for a ripe date, and the ore has a similar color and sheen to it. Of course, you'll be seeing it for yourself soon enough. Oh, very soon enough, apparently. Oh, maybe not. I don't believe it. And I was so sure. There's only one other place I can think of, but I'd be a fool to go there alone. Found any good pebbles? Or maybe a bit of cave moss? Oh, these are the mean Rothgars. These are the mean, like mean girls, but mean Rothgars. I mean, the Rothgars, not... What is that? Nah. We're just going to keep going. Piss off! I'm not in the bloody mood. Temper... Ronso. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Temper. Perhaps the mines aren't a place for a mister like you. Why don't you go and join the rest of your kind in Kalusia? You've embarrassed yourself enough as it is. Bullies from Power Rangers? That's fitting, too. Her. What a bunch of pricks. Oh, I love that they just said it as it is. It's the same bigoted nonsense, day in, day out. Anyway, I'm sorry you had to see that. I've had it to the back teeth with them. They're always harping on about how the best miners are all Ronso and how none of the other races can compete, particularly with the Mistel. It probably has something to do with the fact that most of the Talos Masters were Mistel, and the whole of Araeng fell into the doldrums after they left. Bulk and Skull, that's the names of the Power Rangers bullies? It's been ages since I've seen that show. Of course, only a half-wit would hold a grudge against an entire race because of the actions of a few individuals, but I'm not prepared to just take it on the chin. When I make a killing from the rutabaga, I find, that'll wipe those smug grins off their faces. There's one more place I'd like to try. It'll probably be lousy with vicious creatures, but if that's what it takes, so be it. I could do with someone to watch my back while I'm digging, though. Since you so handily disposed of the last thing that tried to eat me, perhaps you wouldn't mind coming along? Dank caverns full of flesh-eating horrors? Count me in. Ever the eager slayer of monsters. If all goes according to plan, we won't be there for long. This isn't going to go according to plan. Fame and fortune, here I come. Fame and fortune, oh, here I come. Bow, wow. Bow, bow. Oh, the Power Rangers. That was like... I was a little bit past, I think, the target age of that show. Kind of like Pokemon. I was just a little bit past that age when Pokemon hit like super hard. Alright, it's time to get to work. If you keep watch over there, I'll get on with the digging. Which direction are they going to come from? So, like, I was big into Ninja Turtles. And then, oh, we could just do this right away. Oops. Forgot to do acceleration. Ninja Turtles was probably the biggest thing I was into. Before that, like, Transformers G.I. Joe I really enjoyed. I also really liked around that same time like Power Rangers. Like, Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego was much more of the show I was more interested in. And like those games, like those old like computer games. Well, that sounded like quite the tussle. Thank you for saving me from whatever manner of ghastly cave dweller that was. Best of all, I think I finally found what I've been looking for. It's a bit too dark in here to tell whether this is really rudibite, but it seems to be the right color. I'd best have an expert take a look at it, since I've never seen the real thing before. Until then, I'll try not to get my hopes up. So it's probably going to be the guy outside, right? Ruth... Oh no, we have to go back. There's not much point standing around here, so let's head back to Twine and get this ore looked at. Of course, it takes more than a glance with the naked eye to tell if it's rudibite or not. There are all sorts of tests that need to be carried out. I'll go on ahead. It might take a while, so come and find me in Twine a little later on. How about... right now? How about... right now? Then again, like, if I had maybe at that age seen, like, the original Godzilla movies, I would have been more interested in it, because, like, the battles were obviously in the same vein. And I love, like, some of the old, cheesy Godzilla movies. Well, there's good news and bad news. The good news is it's definitely rudibite. The bad news is there are far too many impurities. I won't be making any Nabathium from this. That much is certain. It's also highly unlikely that anything mined there will be of better quality. I'm sorry I dragged you all the way into the mines for something so disappointing. This is hardly the historic moment I'd envisioned. I think it's time to accept that there is no vein of pure rudibite, that I'm chasing something that was never there to begin with. Kisat has lost sight of his dream. Perhaps he needs someone to rally his spirits. Yep. There we go. Found that one fast. What are you doing? Oh, you're trying to cheer me up. I suppose that I shouldn't give up because of a small setback like this. Perhaps I need to rethink my approach. I'd have a much better chance of finding rudibite if I had a lead of some sort, but who should I ask? Horther. Yep. He helped us. Yes, that might be worth a try. He's always treated me fairly, unlike most of the other Ronso around here. But I expect that he has the same opinion of Mistel as the rest of them. He's a good guy. What? Horther is the reason you spoke to me in the first place? Perhaps he's not so bad after all. But until now, I've always given him the cold shoulder, so I'll feel a bit of a fool asking for his help. I'll just have to swallow my pride. I can't give up on my dream because I'm too stubborn to seek advice. The trouble is, I don't have much of a rapport with him, so maybe you could speak with him first, just so that it's not completely out of the blue? Thanks. I think I see him over there now. You were 10 or so when Pokemon started taking off in America. Grew up with Ninja Turtles as well. Animaniacs was great, too. I will agree with you on that. I did enjoy that show also. Though I might have... I'm trying to think of when that came out. Compared to, like, what age I was.
Ah, it's good to see the two of you getting along.
What's that supposed to mean?
It makes a change from seeing you moping around by yourself is all. Now, what can I do for the pair of you?
Go ahead.
Rudabite, eh? It's been a while since I heard that word. I've never come across a vein myself, but I know of a place that might be worth a look.
You do? Where?
My grandsire once spoke of a mine where a disastrous cave-in occurred over 100 years ago. There would probably have been an attempt to reopen it were it not for the flood, and it ended up being abandoned. But if the stories I heard are true, there is a vein of rudabite buried under all that rubble.
That's quite the tale. I'm sure your Ronso brethren would be less than pleased with you imparting all your knowledge to a Mistel, though.
Do you know why this town is called Twine? It comes from the idea of two tales entwined. One of the Ronso, the other of the Mistel. Quite a clever name, don't you think? Both races work together to build this place, though some of you younglings seem to have forgotten this. Kisat, as the last remaining Mistel in Twine, you have an important role to play in the future of this settlement. But first things first, you have a rudabite vein to find. Go through the dragging tail and take the first left, but be warned, those tunnels are extremely dangerous and there is a high risk of collapse.
Thank you, Horthor. If it's not too much to ask, I'd like you to wash my back again. I'll wait for you outside. So is this where I was before? When I went to get that ether current? Sure is. I could have done it more efficiently. Oh well. I did not know. That was the first I'd heard of the Ronso and Mistel founding Twine together. Probably because I'd never bothered to learn about our history. The whole time I've been trying to outdo those Ronso louts, thinking that I'd eventually find a rudabite vein through sheer determination. Of course, mining's not that simple. Knowing where to dig is everything. Speaking of which, let's see where Horthor's trail leads us. We are almost to 73, and we'll get ourselves a bracelet coffer for it. According to Horthor, it's in the Dragging Tail, first left. Now's as good a time as any. Let's be off. If only multicultural societies work the same way in real life as they do in JRPGs. Yep. Ain't that the truth? Too many people act like the mean Ronsos.
Debitage!
First left. This must be the place. The tunnels don't seem to be in such a bad state considering there was once a cave-in nearby. The old section of the mine is past those wooden boards, but it's all fallen rubble now. If Horther's story holds true, there should be a vein of rudabite on the other side, although I won't be attempting to reopen the tunnel all by myself. What I can do, though, is try cracking into a few of these rocks to see if they contain rudabite. I'll need you to keep an eye out for danger, though. Thanks. Hopefully it won't come to that. Of course it will. Anyway, I'd better get to work. Standing watch. There's no sign of danger. You had best continue to stand guard while Kisat goes about his work. Alright, standing watch again. Still no sign of danger. Do it again. Third time's a charm. Hard at work. Hi-ho, hi-ho. You sense a hostile presence! Easy. Easy. Oh, did something try to attack us? Sorry, I was too engrossed in my digging to notice. But thanks to you, I was able to concentrate on the task at hand and even found something that might be rudabite. After the last time, I now know better than to start jumping for joy until I've had someone look at it. I'll see you back in Twine. Oh, no, no, no. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Yep. So, Baby Smell, have you still been spending time with other MMOs recently? Any of them specifically you've been playing more this last week than others? There's good news and even better news. Mostly been playing WoW. Nice. The good news is it's rudabite. The even better news is it's almost entirely free of impurities. Finally, I can start making my own Nabathium. Yaha! Woo! What's this? Has the little Mr. Lad actually found himself something worth a gill or two? Ha ha! At this rate, you might even be able to buy yourself a decent pickaxe instead of that rusty piece of scrap you insist on carrying around. For your information, I've found a vein of rudabite, which can be used to produce Nabathium. Oh! What? You can't get Bulk and Skull Steam out of your head now? You found what? What? Not bad for a mistel, eh? I'll admit Callista and Rother played no small part. Why would Horther help you? Never you mind. The point is, this is just a sample of what's in the collapsed section of the Dragging Tail. But I'll not pretend I can clear out the tunnels by myself. If I'm to get anywhere, I'll need the help of the other miners of Twine, and that includes you lot. Just like in the days before the Flood, Mistel and Ronso must work together, as our ancestors did when they built the first settlement here. What do you say, will you help me? No! Kills him. We're gonna take it ourselves. So, you stumble across one lump of rudabite, and all of a sudden you're the god's gift to mining. Ha! If I thought you were spinning us a yarn, I'd have put you on your arse by now.
But the fact you'd ask us, of all people, for help means you must be serious. I am. All right, we'll do things your way.
Good. You'll soon see what we Mistel are capable of. And once Twine starts producing its own Nabathium, we'll be making Gil hand over fist.
I like the sound of that. Yeah, me too. Oh. What are you gonna do with your Gil? I don't know. I'm gonna buy me some liquor. Rah.
I can't believe this is happening. Callista, I wish there was more I could do to express my thanks. I'll make something of this town. You wait and see. Come on, you lot, to the Dragging Tail.
Yeah, you heard him, lads.
That might level us up, too. It's gonna be close. Hey, ding. Alright, so then that means we can equip this. Yeah. Kind of cool. Whoop. Alright. So now we can head forward to the drama that awaits. Wherever the heck that is that we have to be again. Oh, all the way up there. All the way up there. Oh, not up here, though. Oof. Fall damage. Have I ever done 23 in me because you bought yourself a kit yesterday and you're supposed to be receiving it tomorrow? There's a funny story about that. So they had like a... There's like a National Genetic Research Day or something like that. And so whenever that was, probably 2 years ago now, I bought like an Ancestry.com kit. I still haven't actually done it. It's sitting on my shelf over there. One of these days, one of my coworkers keeps goading me about not doing it. I just forget. It's like never present in my mind. And there's like never been a time where I, haven't been drinking or eating something for that prolonged period of time when I think of it. So yeah, that's actually pretty funny that you bring that up, Baby Smell. So yeah, I've had one for quite a while. I just haven't actually done it yet to find out anything. Because it would be interesting to see how like accurate my understanding is. Because I know, so like my family is my lineage is a quarter Irish, a quarter Dutch, a quarter German, and a quarter Polish. And like the Dutch side, I know for sure because my grandma's parents came from the Netherlands, and one of my great aunts has like been in contact with our relatives back there. Is this not the most beautiful sight you've ever seen? Oh, if only I could capture this moment in a painting or even a quick pencil sketch. Hey, you seem pretty good at everything. You wouldn't happen to be an artist too, would you? No, Elfino, he's the artist.
All appeareth ready for the grand departure, but one task yet remaineth.
I know what you're thinking, and I will talk to her when the time is right. Well, the time's beginning to be less and less. Like, time's almost up, Thancred. Ever since we got this Talos moving again, Jarek has been acting strangely. Perhaps strange isn't the right word, more overexcited. But as long as he gets the job done, I suppose I can't complain.
Luckily, Thaf and Jarek didn't spend the last few years trying to drink themselves to death, and had the good sense to maintain this stuff. I'll have to thank them later.
Alright, Minfilia. So this is it. We're finally going to Araeng. I've thought long and hard about what to say to her, to the real Minfilia. I hoped when the time came I would know, but with every step we take I feel more uncertain. That's no reason to give up, though, not when so much is at stake. Thank you, all of you, for helping me to get here. Now, let's not keep Magnus waiting.
Ooh. We've got a duty. There you are. So what do you think? A little primitive looking, I'll admit, but Daedalus Stoneworks has always favored a simple, intuitive design, and that philosophy has served us well enough.
And, yes, and 0.0000001% Native American. I don't think from what I understood, all of my great-grandparents came from the places they're at. So, like, the only thing that would be interesting would be, like, if the Irish is actually Scottish or something like that. Like, it wasn't, like, native to Ireland, was in Ireland from, like, Britain or something like that. Like, that's the only part of it that I'm curious about. Otherwise, like, the Polish side of my family was pretty well connected back to. And German, too. Like, I'm pretty sure my great-grandparent, maybe even my grandma, came from Germany. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Much of the trolley network uses single tracks, making it easy for the Talos to navigate them as needed. And plotting a route is so simple, even we can do it, which makes for fewer accidents in transit.
Maybe I'm black from my Irish side. I've heard of the Black Irish, right?
Speaking of which, are you ready to board?
Let us proceed.
All right then, watch your step.
Araeng?
Thou must needs carry on without me. The path to Araeng lieth open. Whilst thou travellest thither to the south, I would apprise Mistress Alisaie and the others of our progress. As circumstances permit, I will thereafter rejoin the hunt for the remaining Light Wardens.
Magnus, will the gate close immediately after the trolley passes through?
No, it will stay open until someone closes it manually. Built that way to prevent any untimely accidents.
Then you and the others can meet us in Araeng after giving the Ilmorans the slip.
Araeng. Thank you for everything.
Remember, thou needst but have faith.
If you finished with your goodbyes, I suggest you grab hold of something. Be a shame if you took a tumble.
All right, are we done here? This is a, emotional goodbye.
Let's carry on, carry on.
Oh.
The tracks beyond the gate aren't in the best of shape, so the trolley can only go as far as Malik. Godspeed.
I mean, in like an ether-infused world, you would think there would be a way to like power that in that way instead of like just this weird. We've got to have this big rock thing push you. It's the only way we can make this travel work.
That must be the gate.
It's not opening. That's the switch.
Well, so far so good.
Yes, it is a JRPG, so things have to be needlessly complicated. That is true.
Wait, is that? Ron
Of
Jeet?
course it is. He just freaking kicks it.
You're a stubborn old swine, aren't you?
Oh, I know. Wow. Oh, I'm sorry.
One who has mastered Gukumots fears not the blackest pit or the fieriest hell.
Or the most wooden trolley.
Your deeds in the east did not go unnoticed. Long have I lain in wait, and sure enough, you did not disappoint.
He does know Kung Fu. Ain't no trolley gonna do nothing to me.
Had you only sworn fealty to Lord Vorthry, you would have no cause to skulk about like frightened animals.
Oh. That one hit me.
You will remain as you are, while I dispatch these villains.
No, I won't. I won't let you.
You forget to whom you speak. Who armed you, trained you, fought and killed 1,000 sin-eaters with you. And when you were inevitably cut down and lay lifeless in my arms, who sought out your successor to carry on the futile struggle again and again? We seek to bring peace to what is left of this shattered land, while these mad fools would only bring further chaos down upon us.
I mean, it's your dude that's doing the problems to this, that's causing the problems with this world, man.
Do not be deceived, child. Only by Lord Vorthry's hand will this dying world know a sliver of salvation.
I don't know about the world, but I never asked to be saved. However much it hurts, and however hard it gets. It's my life, and I want to live it on my own terms. And those mad fools you want me to abandon, the ones I've traveled with, fought with, and may one day die with, they feel the same. So no, I will not be deceived. No matter what you say, I refuse to believe it's all for nothing. They're everything to me. All I have, and all I need. And I would gladly do anything for them. Let us pass, or kill me. I'm not leaving here without them.
How dare you? Very well. If you would cast your lot with villains, then you shall share their fate.
I heard what you said, and I'm sorry for all the things I've left unspoken.
Are you talking to
go.
me?
Now!
I was expecting Ranjit to say, "Are you talking to me or her?"
Thancred, no!
waste that newfound resolve on me. I leave her in your hands. Hurry!
We must away. Good old, what, 2000s power ballad. It's my life. It's now or never.
Not another step. Your fight is with me.
Though that was a very emo speech from Minfilia.
You think yourself a protector? As if a whelp like you could be a better father to her than me.
Say, Ryu. Oh, okay, so now we fight as Thancred. Solid barrel combo, soothing potion, Nebula, smackdown. R3 unusable. Rough divide. Executes the following weapon skills in succession. Delivers a jumping attack. Reduces damage. Okay. Increases damage dealt by 10% and accuracy. Okay. And then that's my healing. 30 seconds. Oh no, there we go. Oh no! That's not great. There we go. Oh, nice. I wish I had a gap closer. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Evade Ranjit using perfect deception. Oh, okay.
What is this foolishness?
Not good.
I didn't escape him. Fire a round from your gun blade. Interesting. That's the gap closer. I figured it out. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Almost evaded all of it. It does take a while. You didn't like this one? I know somebody was saying they really enjoyed the Ranjit battle. I can't remember who it was at some point. Okay.
No quarter.
I'm gonna get hit with this. Oh, maybe not. There it goes. I was gonna say, I tried hitting it a bunch of times. Oh, I didn't have to have him targeted? Okay. Oh, I didn't have him targeted. Gotcha. Oh. Alright, this again. There we go. There you are. Oh, it didn't work that time, huh? Okay. So that's not working anymore. I hoped you'd fall for it the third time. Oh, too many times was perhaps already too many. No more tricks. Then let us finish this. Ah, of course. Oh, man. But you've not even seen the grand finale. One last disappearing act. Were you not struggling to stand, I might think you serious. Oh, I am deadly serious. Soul deep invisibility. Fool, you think the shadows will save you? Fire your last cartridge. Just a little more. Oh, so do I have to wait? Oh, come on, select it. Fuck! Like, I was hitting it and it wouldn't, now I have to do that all over again. Oh, cripes. Yikes. That's a bummer. I think I'm supposed to be able to use R3 also. So maybe I'll try that next time. As much as I want to see him kick the trolley again. Ah. Alright, round 2. Yep. Alright, well, we're in... We know what's happening here now. Rawr! Oh, kind of backed myself into a corner there. We're alright, though.
This is going well. Vanity.
Oh.
Beast of my blood, answer my call.
Okay. So yeah, a lot of people are thinking that the new melee DPS class is going to be related to this, since the whole scythe thing showed up.
Blows and ward their blows.
There is no folly in hope. Oh. Oh, I got out just in time. There is no escape. Never. Alright, yeah, this is going to be easier than how I was doing it before, I think. So if I hold this down, then I should be able to just depress R3 to do this. But we've only just begun.
Not good.
Shining Blade! Oh. He moved out of the way. Yeah, that was a lot easier than trying to target. Or trying to select it with the touchpad. Oh no. Didn't quite get out of it there. Oh, gonna get hit by that. She is not a bird to be locked away in a gilded cage.
And you presume to be her protector? Pathetic.
Alright, this time it works again.
No quarter!
Oh. Get it, get it, get it. Ah, damn it. I failed. Shit. You have played your hand far too early, boy. Oh, that was a waste of that.
Why do you want to risk this?
I want to heal again before I go into this, just in case. Ophelia's last cartridge. Have to make it count. I mean, I still tried to get out of the way of whatever might be coming. One last disappearing act. Soul Deep Invisibility. Fire your last cartridge. Oh, we gotta get this off. Come on, 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 come on. This should be in the right spot. Grah! Oh, finally. To hell with you. Ooh, bloodied Thancred.
You would have her suffer and die. I would spare her that fate.
That is not for you or anyone else to decide, ever again.
Well, he's not defeated. Thancred maybe is.
Not a single day goes by that I don't think about all that you have given me. Countless memories and moments I took for granted. Gods, you grew up so fast.
So this is what he wanted to say to Minfilia, but didn't?
But you had to, didn't you? For those you had lost. For those you could yet save. A world teetering on the very brink of oblivion, for which you gave your everything, without hesitation. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. Then and now. One last time, with a little help. I'm so proud to have been a part of your life. Oh, Minfilia.
So, is he dead? Question mark. This is the place, Callista. This is where she stopped the flood. The last time I was here, when I felt her presence overwhelming me, I tried to pretend it wasn't happening, to just turn away. But I can't turn away now. Not this time. For Thancred and the others, I have to face her. In the event that you leave the area, speak with the apprentice engineer at Twine and Araeng to return to Nabathareng. Gotcha. We're here. We're committed now. You're in it. Crossroads. The look in Minfilia's eyes is equal parts trepidation and determination. I can sense her presence, albeit faintly. Come on, let's look at by the crystal wall. Over by the crystal wall. Speaking of which, 213 to the south east. Oh shit. I hit something. Dang. Okay, that sucks. I hit something. Now the mini map like rotates with where I'm facing as opposed to being anchored to north. That's gonna throw me off big time. To the south. Oh, we have to go through the wall. She was here on top of this building. Alright, we don't have anything around to attack, right? Okay, I need to take another quick break. And we will be right back to rejoin with our old friend and boss, I guess. She was technically our boss. Okay, we are back. Back. All right, well, I mean, it's all been kind of leading up to this moment here. Maybe. This might not be the moment yet. So bright. Is this love that I'm feeling?
Run for your lives! It's the flood! The flood!
Look! There's somebody up there! On top of the palace!
Ah. And so this is what turned them all into Sin Eaters, possibly, too? And Ardbert won't be there. Oh, maybe he does.
No. Stand back.
Ah.
We shall stay the flood.
But this is what I want! It's my sacrifice to make!
Your time has not yet come. When all hangs in the balance, you must give them hope.
Minfilia!
This place.
ours is a meeting long overdue. Full glad am I that we may finally speak.
It's good to see you again.
My dear, sweet child. Yours is a burden none should ever be forced to bear. Such pain and suffering you have endured. Yet still you came. For this and more, I thank you.
I've lost count of the times I've almost given up. If people hadn't helped me every step of the way, I never would have made it.
Yet here you stand, resolved. Now, tell me your heart's desire.
To defeat the Sin Eaters, and bring this world back from the brink. The remaining Wardens have hidden themselves from us. But with the power of the Oracle, I thought we might be able to find them.
I want a Gucci handbag and a new iPhone. Infinite wishes. That's my choice.
Indeed you could. Their radiance would be unmistakable. But know, my child, that the power you seek will come at a price. We stand now at the crossroads. A decision must be made. 'Tis only natural to be afraid, to hesitate. But for your many trials, you have grown stronger and wiser. And with the love and support of those you hold dear, you have grown to love yourself.
And only yourself.
The flood has washed away so much of this world. So many people and places and possibilities. And all the heroes who fought to protect them. Yet here the Scions are, trying so hard to help those few of us who remain, and seeing how tirelessly they work, how completely committed they are to the cause. I can't help but believe. But I want to do more than just watch and cheer. I want to make a difference. I want to help them, like they helped me, and maybe even inspire others to do the same. Coming together, providing for one another. That's the only way forward I can see. Since all of our heroes are gone, we'll just have to make heroes of ourselves.
'Tis a beautiful, wonderful dream. One we share. Though my power was all but spent in staying the flood, I prayed this final act would give hope to those who survived. That self-same hope lives on in you. It gives me comfort to know that the future is in capable hands. If ever you should falter, remember this. No one, however powerful, is immune to the whisperings of doubt and despair. Do not give in to them. But do not deny them either. Look instead to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Thank you, Minfilia, for believing in us, for believing in me.
Dearest friend, no words can express my gratitude to you for keeping her safe in these tumultuous times. You are a hero to us both. But not even the most valiant heroes can stand alone. Only together may you change the fate of two worlds.
We'll help you out, Minfilia. First, though, we gotta make sure we get the ether current. I'm sorry. It's an important thing to not forget while we're here. Narrative dissonance here. $551 yalms to the northwest. So is it on the other side? Steps, yeah, exactly. Steps over Minfilius. Hold on, I can't forget this. You'll still be there. She needed the rest. Oh, see? She's still... Oh, her hair color changed. What happened? I remember speaking with Minfilia and then... I turned my back for a second and you dyed your hair? Thancred's gonna kill me. At least you didn't make it pink or purple. Wait, mine's purple. Shit. Well, I noticed the hair. But we'll make it seem like I was looking at the eyes. A parting gift, I think. Until now, I've walked the paths she set before me. The path she set before all the Minfilias. But she's given me a new path, a new life, that I can call my own. And even though she's gone, I can still feel her, warm and calm and gentle. I can feel the beating heart of the world, the light that swells within it. And the Light Wardens. There's one here in Araeng. Well, we knew that. Let's hurry back. The others need to know. You don't think Thancred will be angry with me, do you? It's what Minfilia wanted. I'm sure he'll understand. Most people would joke that Minfilia cursed her with ginger hair, but you think gingers are beautiful? I'd like to think so too, but... Would you mind going on ahead? I'll be right behind you, I promise. I just need a moment to think. We're just gonna, clear off parts of the map here. $682 yalms to the west. Oh, okay. Other way. Oh, okay. It's over on the other side of the world there. There's a path. That makes sense then. Minfilia's standing there thinking, and here I'm running away from beasts. There we go. Molamanda. That just reminded me of Ranjit kicking the trolley again. Gosh. I don't know why that made me... That just struck me so funny. $141 yalms to the west. Ladle. Well, there they all are. But first... I have a feeling it's going to be like up here. Oh! Oh no. We're trapped! By gods. This is not going well. This is not going well. I keep getting stuck on stuff. Leave me alone. I just want the ether current. 84 yalms to the east. Do I have to go up the other side? Might have to. There we go. We just got... There it is. Then we don't have to worry about them anymore after this. Alright. So that should be all of them. So we don't have to worry about them anymore other than the final quest, which will be the last quest of Araeng. I was gonna say, that seemed about where it would turn back. You're back, and we were beginning to worry about you. Callista, thank the gods you're alright. Welcome back. I see you've fared better than Thancred. Thou art returned, but where is Minfilia? Alright, well, we'll see how this goes.
Ah, there you are. We were worried.
Really? She wasn't the one that nearly got herself killed. It's a good thing Araeng called on us when he did. You were at death's door when we found you.
But thanks to your timely ministrations, I was not obliged to walk through it.
Minfilia?
You saw her.
I know I haven't exactly been pulling my weight up till now, but that's all going to change, starting today. I'll do whatever it takes to make Minfilia's dream a reality. I can track the Light Wardens now, maybe even help you fight them.
I'm glad you're back.
You don't have to say that, you know.
But I want to. Your family. How else would I feel?
She will need a name.
A name?
A name of her own. I would not have her walk in the shadow of another any longer.
Whatever you say, Master Matoya. Oh.
And I think it a fitting tribute to our departed friend, too. At the mention of Minfilia, I would remember the woman who preserved our fellowship when all seemed lost.
Do you remember what you were called before you were taken to Yulnor?
There's gonna be something like Hope.
I'm sorry, I don't. I couldn't have been very old when it happened.
Then we must think of a new name. Suggestions?
If the lady herself has no preference, I think the honor should rightly fall to Thancred. After all they have been through together, he's practically a father to her.
Well spotted. I'm so glad you're here to explain these things.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing.
What about Reen?
Reen.
Ah, blessing in Fae.
Wait, does this mean thou wert listening when I delivered my lectures on the pixie?
Not exactly, but that one word made an impression. Of course, if it's not to your liking, I can think of something else.
Reen. Yes, I rather like the sound of it. Thank you.
That settles it then. Welcome aboard, Reen.
I won't let you down.
Well, good, because now we can get out of the whole awkward situation where it's like the person who's his daughter has the same name as the person that like is the love of his life, and just creates that really awkward paradox of like, yeah, just grossness. So yes, she should have a different name. Hey, 78. Well, but he was definitely pining after Minfilia. Like, pretty hardcore. Like, if she wouldn't have gone away when she did, I don't know. Like, he was her protector, I know, but it seems like it was deeper than that.
Despite this glad turn of events, the suffering born of mine all too arrogant meddling paineth me still. And yet their smiles do give me hope for the morrow. Thank you for standing by Reen and Minfilia. I'm sure it meant a lot to her seeing you one last time. Would that I could have been there to hear what words were exchanged between them. When all of this is over, perhaps I'll ask.
Minfilia will be sorely missed. Though it was grandfather's legacy which first brought me to Eorzea, I would never have become a scion were it not for her. Indeed, there would be no scions, and two worlds would be the worse for our absence. Tataru and the others will no doubt be heartbroken to hear the news of her passing. Until such time as we can return to them, however, we must keep our heads held high. Though we have lost one scion, we have gained another after all. Do you have any idea how worried we were when word reached us that Ranjit was alive and headed for the Hills of Amber? Oh, I can't wait for this to be over so we can all go home. Assuming we even can. Reen's ether has changed. It has taken on a faint golden hue. Curious. A fresh start. For perhaps the first time, the look on Reen's face is one of utter relief. I honestly don't know how to repay you for all you've done, but I promise to do whatever I can to help. Are you certain you're up to fighting so soon? I can't imagine the power of the Oracle is something one learns to wield in the space of a few hours. Maybe not, but the presence of the Light Warden is unmistakable to me now. In fact, I sense one here in Araeng to the west. I think it might be hiding underground. Underground? Then it's as we suspected. We thought it prudent to take a brief survey of the area prior to your arrival. To the west we found the remains of a site known as Malika's Well. If I recall correctly, the well was built in remembrance of one of the ancient kings of Nabath Araeng to serve as a source of respite from the desert heat. It fell into disuse after the flood, whereupon the miners of Araeng thought to turn part of it into an excavation site. Judging by its size, the underground waterways are no doubt extensive, the perfect hiding place for a warden. Reen, are you certain you can track it down? Leave it to me. Then it's settled. We make for Malika's Well. Alright. To do battle. I'm guessing this is going to be another duty. Which would only make sense. I'm just passing through. Oh, wow. I was going to say we missed the stairs. Down, down, down. Masterless Talos. Rah! That the walls should still bear so great a burden after countless years of neglect bespeaketh the surpassing skill of their architects. I didn't expect to see Talos wandering about, much less of their own accord. How long must it have been since their creator's bones turned to dust? The warden is down there, I can feel it. Lots of dust and light down there. A marvel of ingenuity, is it not? Something about this doesn't feel right. Though I cannot see it as you do, it is no less it is a no less awe-inspiring sight. I have not.
Surveying.
That's basically what it is, I guess, right? Hey, is our friend gonna show up? It's here. I can taste its ether on the wind. Then we've finally found our mark. Let's put an end to this, Callista, and return the night sky to Araeng. Alright, yep, that's what I figured. Whoop, nope, 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 nope. 7 minutes. So what did I... At 78... Although it won't matter, because 77 is the level, is the lock. Yeah. So that's 80. This is what I got. Extends the duration of Blood of the Dragon and Life of the Dragon to 30 seconds. Okay. Well, we've got time then. Let's mess around with this momentarily. Character configuration, UI settings. Let's see here. Hotbar settings. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. Okay. There. So that is solved. So now... Alright, so what are the big ones that I need to watch? Let's see. I'm trying to think of what the... So this might be a good one. No, that won't matter as much. So I should be on that bar. Let's do this. Okay, yeah. That's not going to do that. Okay, so I need to do this. I might have went the wrong way with things. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so... This is probably painful to watch. Okay. And then... what other timings do we need to watch for? Then I should probably throw some of my jumps on here. Whoa. Okay, hopefully this is working. Oh, other one. Okay. No, I'm not using mouse and keyboard. I'm just setting that hotbar so that I can see my count my cooldown timers up there, just to keep track of things better as I'm jumping through things, and especially to try to remember like the life surge, lance charge, battle litany, whether I have that up or not, and it's time to flip that up. So, because before I had that just as my white mage abilities, so that's what I was trying to set up. It's just you have to go into that mode in order to get them to show up on the bar that way. At least that's what I've noticed before when I set it up on the other one. So yeah, so I think that's all the timers I need to worry about, because Blood of the Dragon I can always see on the actual gauge and stuff. I suppose it maybe makes sense to put maybe Gearskogel and like Nastrand on there too, but I do a fairly good job of keeping track of that, at least. So yeah. So we'll see how that goes, if I can keep track of some of those things a little bit better. Boop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Alright, so just waiting for a healer and a tank. That's quite the hit there. Yeah, I don't know. I would struggle terribly if I tried to use mouse and keyboard. It's been so long since I've played an MMO that way. Alright. Here's hoping 0 deaths. Then again, I have no idea what anything does in this dungeon, because I did not even attempt to look it up. That might be a failure on my part. So we got a black mage. White. Okay, so that's the difference, is that whenever I do it, it automatically goes up to 30. Which is nice. And that means I should almost be able to keep it up continuously, really. Because by the time the cooldown would happen, I would be able to just redo it again. Far away as possible. Ooh. Oh shit. It's kind of hard to see, those ads came on. Oh, I screwed that up. There we go. Well, there, that wasn't terrible. Make sure I didn't miss anything in there. Nope. Leap of faith. Big drop. Big drop. Delubrum Delver. Amphibious Talos. Oh shit. That had threw me for a loop a little bit there. Oh, I jumped in too fast, I think. Oh shit. Ah, shit. Whoa, I lucked out. Hitting the wrong button. Oh no. Fuck, 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 fuck. I got in the wrong spot. Son of a bitch. Damn it. Oh, damn it. I was hoping. Nothing for me.
Forgiven indecencies.
Both daggers. Lots of red mage, black mage stuff. Alright. The light warden here.
Sword.
I should be back on tomorrow night. It was good hanging out with you, Baby Smell. Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't get there fast enough. Fuck! Damn it, I didn't see that fast enough. Ugh. They're probably gonna leave me now. God damn it. I kept missing that tell for that attack. Oh shit. Oh, all right. Enjoy the story. You guys couldn't see that. That was nice. So is this when it does finally start to hurt? As Y'shtola was saying? Because it definitely leaves it at a foreboding moment there. So we got a Naboth wristband of fending. Definitely something we can't use. Looks like we'll be selling it to Doma. Alright, well let's see what comes of that then. It'll be interesting to see Araeng not bright as hell. That's for sure. And once we get through this story bit, we'll probably wrap it up here.
Don't get me wrong, I'm glad those travelers made it all the way to Naboth Araeng. But when Urianger told me the Talos was in pieces, and the trolley didn't look much better, I couldn't help wondering what in the hell's had gone on.
At least the heart is in one piece. The rest is replaceable. Looking at this mess, though, it's a miracle they survived.
You can say that again. What the? Are you seeing this?
The sky. It...
Well, he's still alive. Huh. So that means he maybe won't turn into a Sin Eater?
At last, night has returned to Araeng.
Whoops. My guess is it's supposed to be night, but it's not. Whoops. A little bit of a...
We'll save this broken world yet, Tesleen. You see if we don't.
A little bit of a bug, maybe. Oh, Vothri. Of course.
No doubt retreating in the wake of the Warden's demise.
Back to Calusia, the last refuge of light.
Kind of makes sense that that would be the last place we'd be able to
Dear Lord Vothri, who will no doubt do everything
liberate.
in his power to thwart us.
Most assuredly.
As well he should. For defeat there would spell the end for both him and his heavenly host. There the fate of this star shall be decided.
Quick, like, album cover. Yeah, see, now it's starting to get dark. Perhaps the administrations were not as thorough as I thought. Or perhaps I was a touch too reckless. If only I could have seen the look on Magnus's face when the night sky returned. They must all be so happy. But what about you, Callista? Do you feel different at all? The end to Light's dominion over this world is fast at hand. Is this not the moment Emmett Selk usually chooses to descend upon us? Whatever will we do without his feigned praise and backhanded compliments? That is true. Once more shall the night share equal dominion over the firmament, and yet our travails are far from over. We did it! We really did it! I only wish there were time to visit the inn. We can but hope the return of night has granted the residents some shred of comfort. They thought the world beyond changing, but today I think we proved them wrong. We will fix this broken land, Callista. Together. And now we can fly! Reen seems troubled by the sight of you, more than a hunch. Are you feeling all right, Callista? After you defeated the Light Warden, I swear I saw its ether. Never mind. I'm still getting used to my powers. It's probably nothing. I'm just relieved I was right about where the Warden was hiding. The last one is hiding in Calusia, isn't it? I can't feel it from here, believe it or not. But perhaps we should head back to the Crystarium first. We have a lot to tell the Exarch, and I think we could all do with some rest. She sees it too, then. So once we defeat the final Light Warden, I am very curious what's going to come of us. My guess is it's not too great. That is my guess. Okay, so... let's do this quick before we head back to the Crystarium. We'll clear off the last vestiges of the map that we need to uncover. Ba-ba-ba. Our Lady's feet, huh? Interesting. Spot that you can't get to anyway else. There's another one. This one has a fire by it, though. Our Lady's hands. Oh, that's the night music now. Nice. Nice little piano sonata here. But back to the Crystarium. And since we're 78, when we go to Kaluja, we can do our role quest also next time. So yeah, we're getting down there. There's a off chance that we hit level cap tomorrow. And even aside from that, we have one more Light Warden to take down. I have a feeling we're going to take down this next Light Warden a little bit faster. Just because I feel like there's more to the end game than just the last Light Warden. Y'shtola said she needed to speak with us. It sounded rather urgent. The others are with the Exarch. Before we join them, there is something I wish to confirm. Tell me, Reen, have you noticed anything peculiar about Callista's appearance of late? Anything at all? Speak freely, she won't mind. Well, since Minfilia bequeathed her power to me, I've been able to see the light inside her, though I didn't think anything of it at first. But after we defeated the Warden in Araeng, I realized something was wrong. You've absorbed its ether, Callista, and the light within you has grown monstrous. Then it is as I suspected. How are you feeling? Oh, not good. Callista! If naught is done, this will only get worse. Reen, with the power of the Oracle, you have gained some measure of control over light, have you not? Is there anything you can do for her? Extinguishing it is out of the question. Even at her strongest, Minfilia could only hold back the light. I might be able to suppress it, but I don't know for how long. Then we have no choice but to rely on Urianger and his secrets. If the next battle is to be the last, You may yet be able to play your part, but you will need all of your strength. I will discuss strategy with the others and see that everything is made ready for our departure. You are to return to your chambers and rest until then, understood? Yes, Mother. Understood. Good. Whether you want it or not, you have most certainly earned some respite. Alright, we'll run back over that way. I was gonna say, other than, like, the nuts... there isn't really anything else that we can unlock. Whoops. I was gonna say, is Louis Reek over here? Or is he elsewhere? It does not look like he is in his usual spot anymore. We're gonna have to go track him down and save him. That'll be what our 78 quest will be. But yeah, look at that. We're almost at 79. So yeah, we'll unfortunately be doing things without getting any experience for like the last part of the... Perhaps a hot meal and a freshly made bed will improve matters. Your room is ready if you'd care to retire. Very good. If you should have need of anything at all, pray do not hesitate to call. Why did you stay behind?
And sometimes the dead would rather not be disturbed. But enough about me. What of Araeng?
I saw your chat with Minfilia. What do you have to say about that, Ardbert? Sorry.
I see. Minfilia's gone then. Which means the reason I must suffer this purgatory shall forever remain a mystery.
Oh no.
What's the matter? Are you all right?
Did that help?
What just happened?
There was something Minfilia said to me. So this is the reason he had to be left behind.
Minfilia said my time had not yet come. That I still had a role to play. Not even the most valiant heroes can stand alone. No, it couldn't be. There's only one hero in this room, and it is not me. I'm just a shadow, cursed to wander.
Were we making a racket? Oh, where'd you go? So is it going to be... Oh, it's the Exarch. Acting very strangely.
Forgive the intrusion, but Minfilia, that is, Reen, and the others were asking after you. Is everything all right?
Well, this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened.
That pain again. And did it pass? Thank goodness for that. I would not wish to see you suffer.
I didn't react at all. This is like,
Though I know only too well how much you have suffered on our behalf in recent days. Indeed, I have no right to impose upon you further. Nevertheless, I must ask one thing of you. That you survive this, no matter what. When the dust settles, you must return to your world, for the battles to come, and the wars yet unwon. The final Light Warden is all that stands between us and victory. There is still much we must do to prepare, but for now, I will see if there is aught that may remedy the strange affliction which plagues you.
I'll see it through.
Of that I have no doubt. Even if I had my pick of every Reflections heroes, I could not have asked for a finer champion. I'll not keep you from your rest any longer. Take as much time as you like.
Oh, an echo, huh? Heavensward. No, this isn't right. It would need to be later, after the liberation of Alamigo, perhaps.
Please tell me you've finished. We have to go. They'll be upon us any moment.
Very well. Where to next, then?
Let's just worry about getting out of the city and pray the airship is still in one piece.
Anywhere we go from here will just be more of the same.
Gods, by the sound of that last one, I reckon the Knight's 12 might be the Knight's rubble by now.
Is there nothing else we can do? I have no idea who's talking right now.
Do look around you. This isn't war. It's a sickness, and it's spread to every corner of Eorzea. The city-states are in disarray, and by all accounts the Far East's faring no better. There'll be nothing left of us when this is over. The world is beyond saving.
I mean, he kind of looks like Biggs, but it's not Biggs, I don't think.
I never tire of that story. When the hero swoops in astride a white dragon to save the little girl. I could die happy knowing someone like that was still around.
Indeed, but not today. Not while our message remains undelivered. What in the world is going on? Have faith, my friend. We will find her. What a peculiar dream. I don't think it was. Was it the past? Was that when the everything happened? But they wouldn't have called that a sickness, though, right? The calamity, the seventh umbral calamity, or was that a different world that somehow had similar things to the source? No idea. No clue. Return to Yulmore. By the way his face lights up at your approach, the manager of suites has been waiting for you. Ah, Mistress Tobu, I trust you had a pleasant rest. While you were ensconced in your chamber, a message arrived to you from the Exarch. He bids you come to the Ocular at your earliest convenience. And, madam, wherever your duties may take you next, I shall pray for your safe return. May the night keep you. Let me look here at the inventory. Oh, that's the journal. So we got a bracelet, huh? What do my bracelets look like here? Level 71. Okay, we're opening that bad boy up right now. Triplet Bracelet of Slaying. Then again, maybe we had another bracelet, we just never put it on. 76. Alright, that'll help us out. Ooh, we need a belt too, don't we? Alright, we should use the mender here quick. Let's go pick up a belt quick, huh? Is there anything else that's grossly underpowered? 76. Hands. We haven't gotten hands recently, huh? Did I just not equip them? Or boots. Huh. We must not be getting coffers for some of those things, huh? Over there's the market board. And again, we might not need the market board. We might just need an actual just vendor. A weapon vendor. Or not weapon, armor vendor. Let's see what we got over here. Armorer. Battlecraft gear. It's all just 70, huh? This is just going to be the 70 stuff also. Yep. So then, if that's the case, we can go to the market board here. So it was gauntlets, boots, belt. Battlestar Galactica. So let's do belt first. Dwarven mithril plate belt of maiming. 78,900 ain't bad. I was gonna say we were over 3 million. It's gonna go away fast. Swallow skin gloves of maiming. That's 78. It probably makes sense to get. Oh, perfect. Those are cheap. Boots was the other thing. Dwarven mithril shoes of maiming. Alright, so belt. Gauntlets. Boots. How are we doing on rings? 72, 73. Could get a necklace too. We'll maybe still be over. Choker of Slaying. Let's see. That's going to put us under 3 million gil, but that's alright. That's life. So there, our item level is pretty high then. So that should get us through to 80 to level cap, and then whatever gear we go with at that point. Santique Fauchard. So then we could go back to Doma. I might do that off stream and sell a couple more things there. Yeah, we can do that now quick, huh? Why not? Why not? Wrap it all up. One pretty bow. So we should be able to sell the stuff that we just replaced for the most part. Plus these. I'm not going to sell the... I want to put... We'll have to turn this into a glamour. Did I want to turn any of those into glamours either? I don't think so. Like, the one I'm wearing right now is pretty unobtrusive. Make sure I don't have it at Spirit Bond, yeah. Deep Gold Gauntlets of Maiming. We almost had those up to Spirit Bond. That I should not sell. Oh, we never, but that's alright. Okay, so then we can go to the necklaces. Yeah. Then we got the Naboth wristband offending. Alright. Probably won't get us back over 3 million. On behalf of the Shazankai, Callista, I thank you for your support. I am pleased to inform you that we have made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the Enclave. Oh yeah, that is progress. Owing to your many contributions, the Yard has seen further development. As you continue to contribute to the Shazankai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Nice. As for the Yard, work on Master Tsuanuki's domain is going well. He has a way of inspiring his subordinates to push themselves to their limits and sometimes beyond. We shall have to keep an eye on them. Perhaps this will give you a sense of how much progress we have made thus far. Alright. So yeah, so bottom right was the 10,000 stalls that we did at first. And then all on the other side is the Yard that we're working on now. Progress, as they say. So now we'll go back to the Crystarium and call it a night. In the meantime, I suppose, I should make sure... Oh, it was in the other Dragoon gear set that I have still. That's what was going on. Alright. Coca-Cola Cola. Alright, so as we go back to our room, that will be everything. So 4 Light Wardens down now. 1 more to go. So continuing to make good progress. I feel like we're in really good shape to, for sure, at least finish the first level 80 story quest. Or the end of 5.0. I don't know that we'll get through 5.4 by the time everything hits on April 13th. But we will do our best. So yeah, we're getting there. I guess everything's starting to come to a head now, like what Y'shtola was kind of leaning in towards. And Emmett Selk, missing currently, is maybe part of, like, that's maybe sort of showing that this is part of his plan. Possibly, I don't know. But, so yeah, that's going to be everything for tonight. Should be back tomorrow night. If not tomorrow night, for sure Monday night, for whatever comes next. I'm guessing we're going back to Kalusia to see what we can do. We'll also do the next role quest, so the level 78 role quest. We will take care of that. Also, I believe, well, if we get to the 81, we'll do the 81 as well. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, thank you all so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And we will see you next time. Take it easy.